Good afternoon and welcome to our Economic Standing Policy Committee for Tuesday, May the 7th. And we will start off with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Croson?
Present.
Councillor Dodek? Present. Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Palladino?
Here.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Acting Mayor Campbell?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Carlson is absent today. And Mayor Higgin?
Present.
Thank you.
Reconciliation Statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta. I have a resolution from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved that the May 7th, 2024 agenda of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting be adopted as presented. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes?
Yes, Mayor Higgin, I do have 3 revisions to today's agenda. First of all, we are going to bring forward Section 7, the closed section, to be the first item of business today. Secondly, I have a written submission, a late submission for item 6.1. The mayor has reviewed it. If council would like it distributed and added to the agenda for their consideration. And also, I believe Councillor Middleton Hope would like to go in close for item 6.1 with regards to legal considerations under FOIP.
Right. Is there anyone opposed to that? Seeing not, turn it over to Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel. Adoption of the agenda as amended.
If there are no other changes, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Campbell. Consent agenda be resolved at the minutes of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting held on April 11th, 2024 be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same, and further be resolved that the status of initiatives for May 7th, 2024 be received as information. Acting Mayor Campbell.
Are there any questions?
Questions?
No questions. Call for the vote.
Questions have been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And with that, I have a motion to go in closed. Councillor Middleton Hope, all in favor? All right, that's what passes. Thank you. We'll be back. All right, thank you, and welcome back to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. We'll move along. Thank you, everyone, for your patience that is in the gallery as we move through our closed session. We do not have any presentations today, but we'll move on to submissions, starting with 6.1 from Mr. Pitcher, Housing Solutions Coordinator for Community Social Development, regarding affordable and social housing capital funding request from Lethbridge Housing Authority. I know as a submission, we all had the information we'd received. However, being that we're at a standing policy committee, we can ask the community if there's anyone that would like to come up and speak. You'd have 5 minutes to speak to this prior to asking questions, and so I will do that. Is there anyone from the gallery who would like to come up and speak to this? You have 5 minutes to speak. Second time, is there anyone in the gallery who would like to come up and speak? And for a third and final time, anyone in the gallery would like to come up and speak to this 6.1? Seeing none, it's almost sounding like we're doing a public hearing, but so we'll turn over to questions from my colleagues. Anybody have questions? No questions on this? I do have a question to Mr. Matthews. In the past here, the request is $35,000 per door times 30 doors, comes to the amount of $1,050,000. Have we granted this $35,000 a door in the past? And if we have, do you have the organizations that we have done that to? Because I would take it it's probably public anyways, correct?
Yes, I do, and yes, it is.
Okay. And what are those organizations?
So there's a number of different organizations that have been funded through the capital grant program. Now, that $35,000 is an average figure,
Right.
So they could be different and so forth along the way here. But Green Acres was an example, Aboriginal Housing Society, the Blackfoot Family Lodge, the YWCA, Concept Investment Partners, as well as Streets Alive was the other one too that received funding through the capital grant program.
You see YW?
YWCA.
YWCA.
Yeah.
All right. And so Lethbridge Housing has not ever received this grant?
That is correct. They have, to my knowledge, they haven't received anything, and I'm just looking around to Mr. Pritchard. Yep, and that is correct. No, they never have.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Chair Higgin. Through you to the city manager designate and probably Mr. Matthews Mr. Pitcher on this one. We have in our package that the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant is currently paused for intake until a comprehensive review of the program has been completed. The ones that Mr. Matthews just outlined, have those received grant funding while the grant has been paused for intake? And what is the estimated timeline on when we would be re-implementing the grant program?
Thank you for the question. Some of those projects that Mr. Matthews alluded to, yes, they have been since the grant intake period. Since that intake period had been paused. Some of them had been done prior to that. This grant program was originally closed at the time that we were working on our application to the Housing Accelerator Fund. We were originally denied for that, but we've been made aware through the federal budget announcement that there's actually an additional $400 million allocated to that grant program, and that we would have an opportunity to amend our application and reapply to it. And so we are still doing a review of what that may look like for that application. And then further, we would be doing the review of the grant policy, but it's likely within the next year or so.
Okay. And we have funded this, this particular project to what extent at this point?
The Lethbridge Housing Authority project, we have not funded out of this pot of funding. No, this is fully funded by the province at this stage, and this additional allocation request is the first that we would be allocating.
Okay, and just so that the public understands, what exactly are they looking for funding on? I believe that is in the package, correct?
Correct. So there's been some additional budgetary pressures on the project, and so they are looking to secure this additional funding, and the inclusions in the project that may potentially be at risk if the funding were not to be secured would be things like security fencing, private outdoor space, some space for medical and pharmaceutical spaces. Those are the things that may be in jeopardy, I suppose. I would actually invite probably or defer to the applicant though for further detail on that if council so desires.
Okay, and we don't have, do we have, oh, yep, Ms. James? I didn't see you sitting at the back there, sorry about that.
Hi, good morning. So to answer your question, our ask at this point is up to the $35,000 a door. We're not sure really where we're going to land. We are just finishing up our procurement right now. We have a couple of things that we know are going to be costly. The one thing, we did a change of scope. Our grant agreement is for 25 units. We are building 30. Our initial assessment was to keep the primary care space undeveloped, and now, as you are aware, we are looking at developing that primary care space out, potentially. And then the other piece is we've got quite a large amount of money that we need to do for pilings. So pilings, we hadn't considered needing pilings, but there is a lot of sand on the north side of that lot, which is going to require pilings. And then our cost to the city for between business permits or building permits, as well as some infrastructure upgrades and some things, fire hydrants, that sort of thing. We're looking at about $200,000 back to the city of Lethbridge.
Okay, and then just one final question I have on this. Why come to the municipality as opposed to the provincial government, since they had funded all of this to start with?
So we're looking at this like a scope increase at this point. Like I said, it will be a scope increase over what the funding agreement was. The funding agreement, I think you should have got a copy of that, was specifically for 25 units. We are doing 30. So we're asking the city of Lethbridge to participate in this. The city has not participated in this whatsoever. So we're asking for up to less than 10%. If the procurement process comes in and we are good and doesn't cost anymore, then we're not asking you for anything. We're just dotting our I's and crossing our T's, because I heard last time very clearly, don't come to me later, come to me prior. So I'm standing here to you prior.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? No further questions? All right. I do have a resolution here from Councillor Middleton Hope. Affordable and Social Housing Capital Funding Request to Lethbridge Housing Authority. 6.1, be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct administration to request the following. Request the Lethbridge Housing Association, Lethbridge Housing Authority, I believe, correct? Lethbridge Housing Authority, we'll make that change, to provide additional information, including but not limited to the project budget, specific budget pressures and the costs associated with them, as well as other project-related information, and report back to administration by the end of July 2024, with the information to be incorporated into the November Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee annual budget review, and further resolve the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee refer the funding allocation request up to $1,050,000 for the Lethbridge Housing Authority for the supportive housing project located at 416 Stafford Drive to the November Economic and Finance SPC annual budget review for consideration, and further be it resolved that the closed session discussions pertaining to the affordable and social housing capital funding matter remain confidential pursuant to Section 27, Privilege Legal of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. In reading this here, I will entertain any further questions if anyone has any questions prior to going to debate. I do have one additional question for Ms. James, if I could. Sorry, you're going to get your steps in today. My question is, if this goes into the fall for budget deliberations into November, how does that and will that affect the build, or are you getting draws through this construction period? So I'd imagine it's probably not breaking ground for a while and the funding is in place right now. Is this going to affect that?
So our building permit was issued on Friday, so we've been working with administration very closely, and they've been very helpful to get all of our building permit completed in a timely manner. So we're ready to go. They're going to start pilings here right quick. It is a draw. We have a funding agreement with the province that will be drawn out as we go. And like I say, until we're going to finalize with the builder exactly what the costs are. So at this point, this was literally a get our act together before we come. I heard from Councillor Carlson about 100 times, why didn't you come to me before? I'm coming to you before. I'm not saying the project is over budget. I'm saying I'm expanding a scope that's a community solution, and I'm hoping that you would support a community solution up to that amount. And I'm happy to share with council or with administration exactly what that is. It would be nice to know that we're secure to answer your question, but.
Yeah, so looking at this resolution here and with the draws that you have, if this particular amount comes forward and is debated in November, if you're seeing the resolution as it's been read out, is that work within your timelines?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I have to prepay is the city of Lethbridge. So if you'd like to prepay yourself, that would be helpful.
And you do have, and with the draw, was it 10 point whatever million dollars from the province? That doesn't all come at once, but you will have a draw for some of the costs that are incurred throughout the process, correct?
Yeah, so my next draw will be with building permit and 30%. So getting it out of the ground, of course, will be the most interesting part of the project. We hope that it won't have any bumps in the road. But like I say, right now I need to prepay the city of Lethbridge for their infrastructure costs. So I'm happy to wait till November, but I would be twice as happy if that motion could read that it would pay for the city of Lethbridge infrastructure costs in advance.
So just to touch on that, so when you get the provincial money, you can't use that to pay for the permits and stuff? Is that not included?
So the permit is, but my next draw isn't until it's building permit plus 30%, and my infrastructure costs are prepaid to book. I think we could ask Mr. Sanchez exactly how it works. He would know better, but I think you have to, so what I've been told is I have to prepay my infrastructure and to book it, and it's booked out 6 to 8 weeks. Does that sound where?
So, but also, I guess what I'm saying with that is you don't have the money from the province to prepay that? You're saying they haven't given you any draws yet once you get?
Yeah, I have a draw right now for my architect and my engineering, and then my next draw will be at 30% with a building permit.
So the costs that need to be paid at this time to the city won't have to come until the building permit stage? Is that what you're saying?
No, the building permit, I've already paid
sorry, the-
88,000.
right.
Right, yeah, 88,000. I've already paid for the building permit out of that money that I've got, but I need to prepay for the infrastructure piece.
And you're saying you don't have those dollars?
I would have to go back and see how much I have at this point. I was a little bit surprised that I had to prepay it, but I can absolutely work with administration to figure that out.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll open to debate, and starting with Councillor Middleton Holm.
Yeah, I just have one question or comment, I guess, and I appreciate Ms. James's comments, but wouldn't it be appropriate for us to hear from the board? LHA's board? Are they on board with this? Are they following through with this? I know Ms. James can probably speak to it, but isn't it appropriate for board to go to council?
Well, if they've given directions to the CAO, I would say the CAO is here with that direction, so I don't see why you would have to, but I don't know if that's anything that Ms. James can answer, but I'm seeing a shaking of the head.
Perhaps Councillor Dodick might be able to
Councillor
enlighten
Dodick?
us.
No, I don't think there was a requirement of the board chair to be here, that they delegate authority for these sorts of things to the CEO. So I don't see that as a problem at all. So she is acting with the authority of the board, to the best of my knowledge.
And also,
Which
of
is-
course, to have those board members sometimes to get away from work. It's a volunteer board, so it could be difficult at times.
So now that my mic is on, I do have a question, which I meant to ask before. And it's to Mr. Sanchez. the amounts of money that we're talking about, so the development permit was 88,000, but what are the costs of the other infrastructure matters that have to be prepaid that Ms. James was talking about? Do you know a number associated with that?
Thanks for the question. Yes, there is an approximate cost of $100,000, $105,000 for servicing, which includes bringing water, wastewater, and all the work related in terms of surface restoration and sidewalk, et cetera. So it's roughly $105,000.
So when will the actual number be identified? And once it's identified, would there be anything to prevent LHA from asking council to at least address that portion of the prepayments?
So the number, I just went back here to the number, the quote or the number has been identified. So they have been provided with a quote for $106,000 to bring all the services to the property.
106,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'd be up for actually an amendment to this. And if it's a friendly or not, if not, I'll ask the mover. We heard these costs, not that it has to come from City of Lethbridge, it can come from the province as the draws continue, but to have those dollars for infrastructure, and I'm not sure how to word this, I'm sorry if we can have our team there look into this, but to just put that on hold as far as the dollars, we'll, instead of having them pay up front, to pay post, and not saying that it's going to come from the City of Lethbridge, it could come from another draw from the province or whatever, but at least that would get them moving along quicker. So just have that bill go out at a later time. And I'm just thinking, if I understand correctly, the next draw is after, if it's 2 months' time for, as far to delay it for 2 months rather than prepay, would that be sufficient, Ms. James? So for 2 months. So right now, if we say if it's
Mayor Higgin, I
Yes.
would think that this would be a motion arising.
motion arising?
After this
Okay.
motion is dealt with. It's related to, but it's not really amending this motion.
All right, so I will do a motion arising after then, and we'll continue forward. Open up debate, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Ms. James for providing some insights. There are a number of questions that we have as a council that have not as yet been answered. The purpose of this motion is to send this back through administration to get those answers so that we can make a more informed decision later on in the year. And unless there is anything further, I'm done with my opening.
Councillor Campbell.
I truly believe this is a very crucial project that needs to be done, but we do need some more information, so I look forward to getting that information.
I too will support this. I'm glad Ms. James in asking the question if this will work within her timelines. We've heard that it will. And I look forward to bring forward a motion arising that will further help support this project. So, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and I do look forward to Mayor Higgins' motion arising. Certainly, I appreciate Ms. James being here and saying that this will work for her. Without her statement on that, I would not be supporting this. Lethbridge Housing Authority hasn't seen funding from this grant in the past. We've heard through our speakers today that we've granted other organizations and have granted some of those program funds, even without the grant being, or even with the grant being paused and without additional information from those organizations. I'm certainly interested in the breakdown of the information, but I'm also very cognizant of the message that we might be sending to the provincial and federal governments by delaying granting this project. But given that Ms. James has said that she is okay with the motion that we've got in front of us, I will at this time support it.
I see no further councillors in the queue to close. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I tend to disagree with my colleague in regards to us holding this up. We aren't. We're being asked for additional funding. So I would ask for my council members' support.
With that, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Parker? In favor?
In favor.
Thank you. Now, the motion arising, I'll look at our clerk's department if you captured that. Okay, we just need a couple of minutes there, so. Well, I guess while we're waiting for this, I would like to bring up that Bronwyn Jesse has brought some family here from New Zealand to watch the committee meeting today. They're sitting in the back, so we want to acknowledge them and thank them for coming and joining in here today. And I'm sure if it wasn't rain, I'm sure you'd be somewhere else, right? But it's okay to be in here. We appreciate you coming in and listening to our Standing Policy Committee. So thank you very much for being here. All right, be it resolved, let's see if this, we'll put this up on screen, but currently be it resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council to provide funding. No, I don't want to provide funding. I want it to, because it's going to still, it could still come from, to post pay.
Can we just have a recess then?
Yeah, we better just recess just for a moment here. So if you give us just a couple of minutes, thank you. will have the Deputy Mayor read that resolution.
Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council to defer payment to August 31st, 2024 for the servicing costs associated with bringing utility services to the parcel for the project at the 416 Stafford Drive North. Mayor Higgin.
I don't see any questions, but the rationale behind that is one of the first questions that I asked earlier about how many different organizations have come and received funding. And we heard of 6 different organizations, and the Lethbridge Housing has not to date received any of this funding. I think at minimum, to delay the payment for those services to August 31st was the right thing to do. And so with that, I would ask for my council support.
Is there any debate? I see none. Question's been called. All in favor? Passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, to read the next resolution from Acting Mayor Campbell, Downtown Business Revitalization Zone Major Event Support Grant Funding Agreement. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council rescind the following May 2nd, 2023 City Council resolution, which is, be it resolved that City Council approve the request of $210,000 of cash or in-kind contributions with $70,000, $50,000 in cash, and $20,000 in kind, funded annually in 2024, 25, and 26 from the Major Community Event Grant budget to the Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone in alignment with CC 55 Major Community Event Hosting Policy. And number 2, city funding contingent upon receiving provincial and/or federal funding be provided subject to the execution of a third-party contribution agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager. And number 3, that City Council authorize the mayor to prepare and distribute a letter of support for the Lethbridge Play On Canada event hosted by the Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone. And number 2, approve the updated request for $140,000 of cash or in-kind contributions with $70,000, $50,000 in cash, and $20,000 in kind, funded annually in 2025 and 26 from the Major Community Events Grant budget to the Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone for the Lethbridge Play On Canada event in alignment with the CC 55 Major Community Event Hosting Policy. Number 3, provide funding which is contingent upon the Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone receiving matching funding before January 1st, 2025, subject to the execution of a third-party contribution agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager. And number 4, authorize the mayor to prepare and distribute an updated letter of support for the Lethbridge Play On Canada event hosted by the Downtown Lethbridge Business Revitalization Zone. Prior to questions, I will ask if there's anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak to this. And nobody to speak to this. All right. With that, I'll open up to my colleagues for questions, starting with Councillor Crowson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Just one question, Ms. Amies. I know you and I have already spoken about this. So your request is to return some of our money, essentially asking for less money, and asking for some time to go find anyone, not necessarily the federal government, to support this. So we, in the end, get to put money back in the bank, and you're going to do all the work of trying to find another funder.
That's correct.
Perfect. That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, Ms. Amies, I just want to ask you about the organization, the Play On organization, because they didn't have any projects this year, or they have had. Tell me about. I mean, are we confident that this is going to, you get the money? Is this going to happen next year?
Yes. So the Play On, the National Play On organization has been working on behalf of us and the larger Play On to secure federal and provincial funding. Hockey Canada used to be very involved, but has had to withdraw given its own difficulties and issues. We do know that the government of Alberta contributed $150,000 in 2022 to support Play On Canada's relaunch. COVID, etc., did also throw a wrench into those works. We are petitioning at least 2 federal ministries. Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes on the details here. Play On Canada was nominated by FedDev, Federal Government Economic Development Agency in Ontario, as a tourism recovery success story of 2023. As I said, the GOA has contributed more money. We are looking at some federal ministries, as well as continuing to work with Hockey Canada, which has provided full support. It's just the money. So for 2024, Play On Canada National fell short about 29% of its overall funding, which is what it would need to run Play On events across the country. There might be there might be a couple of Play On events going on in Eastern Canada. Eastern Canada is a little bit better set up than Western Canada with respect to already having purchased portable rinks and those sorts of things. So there might be a couple of events going on in the East, but not in the West. But we are certainly, we've been awarded 6 Canada Summer Job students for the summer, and we will continue that work. Getting more support, seeing whether or not we can find local funding, all of those kinds of things. So we're fully in action again this year.
Just for the public's sake, explain what the Play On Canada is all about and how it brings this, robust situation to downtown. How important is it for you in the downtown core? What are the dynamics?
Super important. I mean, we hope to close down 3 streets in the downtown and have the event go over a 3-day weekend. So we're hoping to attract many, many visitors in addition to the folks who will actually be playing on the various teams. We hope to have 70 teams, which will potentially generate about $750,000 locally in economic benefits. Play On is the largest, most inclusive, and most successful mass participation team sport in Canada's history and holds a Guinness World Record as the largest event of its kind. Many of its events attract more than 600 participating teams and over 5,000 participants annually, making each single Play On Canada community event larger, for example, than the Canadian Games. A quote from Play On Canada: "An investment in national mass participation sport is one of the most efficient investments a government can make because of its capacity to improve economic activity, physical activity and literacy, preventative health, job creation, youth empowerment, community connectivity, and social vitality."
Thank you. And this is to Mr. Matthews. Of course, this is money that's coming out of the major major event fund. Sorry, if this money is granted, what's going to be left of that fund?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Campbell. So in regards to this, if members of SPC remember, that fund was fully committed with the exhibition earlier in January, so there is no further funding up to this moment. So what will happen here if this gets approved, there will be $70,000 come back into the fund and $140,000 still remaining committed for Play On.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
My question was just answered. Thank you.
All right. I see no further questions, so I will open it up to debate and Acting Mayor Campbell.
I know this is really. I remember the presentation that we had. There was a situation that they weren't able to continue on, but I know, as Ms. Amy's just pointed out, it's a big event, It's a big deal for the city of Lethbridge. It happens next year. We have some money that can be allocated to this organization for next year. They have intentions to find more money, so I would ask for my colleagues' support on this.
I too will support this. I know coming out of COVID, it's been a struggle to fill our hotel rooms even and any of the different restaurateurs and stuff like that we have within our community. So in order to bring the sales of those hotel rooms up, this is an event that's going to sell out probably hundreds of hotel rooms, as well as the different restaurants within our community will have that additional business. So the spinoff, I think, is great. We've seen that the province is kind of up with room sales. However, Lethbridge is down. So any of that type of a jolt is something that I think is definitely needed within Lethbridge. So I will wholeheartedly support this. I see no one further in the queue. So to close, Councillor Acting Mayor. Question's been called. All in favor?
Do you have a favor?
Rico? Oh, in favor? And Councillor Parker? In favor. Yeah, thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you. All right. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Croson. 2026 Scotties Tournament of Hearts funding request. 6.3, be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council does not allocate additional funding beyond what has been approved within the 2023 to 2026 operating budget for the major event hosting grant. And I will ask if there's anyone from the gallery who wish to come up and speak to Resolution 6.3, the Scotties Tournament of Hearts funding request. All right, please come to the mic, state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Mike Mulroy. So just to quickly speak to what our request is or what support we are looking for. Once again, Lethbridge Curling Club is bringing or hoping to bring another major national event to the city of Lethbridge, as we've done many times in the past. Through the process of putting the presentation together and understanding that the major event hosting grant funding had been used up. There were a number of other options put forward in the presentation or the submission to maybe look outside of the major event hosting grant to be able to take care of support for this. I think we stand on our record in terms of what we've brought to the city in the past, and the economic impact of all of those events. The ask for this one being $400,000, and understanding that the just about all $400,000 of that gets spent back immediately by Curling Canada in terms of the rental of the event centers and the soccer center and whatnot. So that's, I guess, what I would say to that just for now. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mulroy. Appreciate that. Does anyone else from the gallery wish to speak to this? Seeing none, I'll open it up for questions. Any of my colleagues have questions? Councillor Palladino. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dodicott did, then Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm heartbroken on this one. Where can we find $400,000 is, I guess, the question to finance.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Palladino. So as it is in the resolution right now, and as mentioned prior, we don't have any, well, we actually now have 70,000, I guess, if inside of the major event hosting grant, if council approves that through on that. And then if council so wishes to go beyond the budget that we have set aside for this, the other 330,000 would need to come from the MRSR.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Oh, sorry, I still thought Councillor Dodic was further in the queue than I was. So that's fine. If I may ask you a couple of questions, if you wouldn't mind coming back to the mic. I know there's no money for, no bidding fee, so no money would be spent unless you were able to get the Scotties. Can you put in a bid without knowing for certain if you have the money or not, which would give council extra time? Like, is that an option at all to put in the bid regardless?
No, no, bidding on it requires the support to be in place.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, and you've noted that you need cash and in kind. Do you have a breakdown?
Not a full breakdown as per, typically everything happens post-event in terms of the accounting for the event. If you look at past events, upwards of $370,000, $380,000 is spent back by Canada Curling in terms of the NMAX Center and the Soccer Center as being a part of that event. So that money comes back to the city as, I guess you want to call it, the in-kind portion. And obviously with costs such as they are when we go to do the final bid and subsequently, if we're awarded the bid, the final contracts that are involved in that, I would suspect that most, if not all of that $400,000 would come back for those facilities.
Okay, and you mentioned NMAX Center. Is that where this would be held if you got it? And what conversations have you had already with the Hurricanes?
We have full support from all parties involved, and letters of support were submitted with the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Mr. Muller, actually, before you go back, just further to that question, if the funding is in there, and I think it was spoke to, but I think it's important that you address this. If the funding is not, if you're not successful, the funding does come back.
There's nothing spent if we're unsuccessful.
Correct. I knew that, but I just want to make sure the community knew that.
Yeah.
All right.
The only, and again, nothing is spent up front. It's all post-event accounting where everything's taken place. So
thank you very much.
If we're not successful, there's nothing spent.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Dodick.
Me. This is to the city treasurer. Now, the reason we don't have money in the major hosting grant is, if I understand correctly, because $967,000 of that grant was allocated to the exhibition in the form of emergency operating grant. Is that fair to say? Well, that's correct. Yeah.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, we've had requests we've had the Scotties tournament here before. Have we ever turned a community group down that had requested or wanted funding for the Scotties tournament?
I don't believe we have in the past.
Okay, so you said we had 70,000 because of the last resolution, so we would need to find 330,000 from somewhere. That's basically it, right?
That is correct.
I take it that wouldn't be coming from NMAX revenue by any chance, not NMAX, but exhibition revenue by any chance. No, you don't have to answer that.
Thank you for
Those are my
answer.
questions. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Chair Higgin. Through you to Mr. Matthews, what do we currently have in the MRSR?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I'm just going to bring up something here. So at the end, so currently right now at the end of December anyways, we had just under $50 million inside of the MRSR. We have commitments on that MRSR. Even if we included roughly the $330,000 of this, that would bring us to about $46 million of commitments against that we're estimating, and some of those are just estimated commitments going in future, including some other things that we think council may do, or room for decisions in November. So that would still leave us an additional $4 million unallocated at this time, or even forecasted potential allocations from November decisions. So keep in mind when I say that, that doesn't mean that council has made those decisions yet. There's a large portion that will come up in November as part of it, and this is us forecasting out. So I guess what I'm trying to say to you is currently there's about $4 million even after the $330,000 that we would still have available for other things that we can't even contemplate at this stage.
Okay, and what amount of unallocated stresses you out?
Was a lot that stressed me.
Hey, what will make you go balder?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, exactly. So the actual pieces that we usually try to keep into that reserve, at least $13 million to $15 million at any given time as an emergency component. So what I'm suggesting here, in our forecast, some of the questions that are coming up in the fall, that if council decides would be inside of that comfort zone component.
Okay. And then just to be clear, if they are not successful in this, then no money goes out at all.
That is correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I prefer follically challenged rather than more bald. All right.
You guys are so very sensitive.
Sensitive. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. I would like some clarity, however, around the $400,000 in kind and cash. Could you provide some greater clarity on that? How much are we actually being asked for? Is it the full 400,000 or is it a portion of it?
Thank you. I wanted to be clear, when Curling Canada asks in their bid, they say it's 400,000 in cash and in kind. We really need to take the in kind out. We're asking council for $400,000.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that does change it because I think that's what the resolution was different. Okay, next, Councillor Campbell, Acting Mayor Campbell.
Thank you. My question is, and we've seen this time and time again with Curling and Lethbridge and the success that we've always had, and money comes back. My question is, we give $400,000, as we hear, the money immediately is recovered in the city, but it doesn't necessarily go to the special events fund. So that money, I mean, if you put it physically, where does it go, or is it just sort of it's good for the city as a whole because businesses make money and hotels make money and that sort of thing? We don't see our own in this council a return. If you, I think you know what I'm asking.
Hopefully I didn't turn it off again. Yes, to answer your question, Acting Mayor Campbell, to that, it's a combination of, I guess, maybe of two things on it in this one here, but most of that money will go to the community. It's the economic stimulant factor that will business in our community and hotels and those kind of things would benefit from. There is a piece there that also supports us on the NMAX side of it as well too. So there is a benefit to the City of Lethbridge as an organization, but the largest benefit is to the community and the businesses and the economic spin-offs that generates.
So you're flashing. Can you just wait? Do you have patience? Apparently no patience over there. You're complaining all day long. Next, we'll turn to Councillor Middleton Hope. I'll answer my question after. It sounds like he's very impatient. So go ahead, Councillor Middleton Hope.
There we go. It's a question through Mr. Brierley to Ms. Slovak, who is the author of this report that came forward and has provided these recommendations. So I would like to provide her with the opportunity to explain why our administration is not in support of providing these funds.
I think I'll turn it to the treasurer to speak to that one, if that's okay.
Sure.
There we go. To Councillor Middleton Hope. So in this regard, the reason why administration has put it this way is because we've exhausted all the budgetary funds. It's not because we don't believe it's a great project and so forth on it. It's just that at this stage here, when we were looking at it, it doesn't make sense for ourselves to come through and say to spend over the budget that council has approved to us. That's why I'm, on the question when Councillor Palladino had asked where we can find other money, that's what we were, if council wishes to do so, that's what we were expecting. And so actually, it was myself that's taking a look at it and going, I can't support something over the budget directly because it's with over the authority that that council has provided to us.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. Do we need to host a garage sale pop can pickup or something? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Dodek.
Yes, to the city treasurer. When the $967,000 was given as emergency operating grant to the Lethbridge exhibition, we could have taken that out of the MRSR, leaving $967,000 still in the major hosting grant, and thus this conversation would be a lot different today. Is that fair to say?
That is true. And with a follow-up piece of it there, just going back to my previous side, what we're trying to do is trying to mitigate the red zone inside of the MRSR.
No, yeah, I appreciate that, and that was the concern when we were taking money to fund the exhibition. That was the rationale for why using the emergency operating grant. Of course, the unfortunate unintended consequence, or certainly maybe not an intended consequence, but that was we. Cut me off, thank you.
That is correct.
In other words, we could say 400,000 from the MRSR, and the major fund hosting grant would still not be oversubscribed then.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I would like to ask for a friendly from Councillor Crowson. I don't know how friendly it is to remove the does not that we will allocate with funds from 70,000 from major event and 330 from MRSR. I don't know if that's friendly, if it's too much of a change, I think, Madam City Clerk, and that was probably a crazy question to ask, but it's an amendment. So, or a motion arising? Amendment, okay. All right. No answer for that one, but I would like to put that amendment forward, please. So City Council allocate additional funding beyond with funds from $70,000 major event hosting grant, which I believe we have went back in there, and 330 from MRSR. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I know my name is associated with this, but this is the recommendation that came forward from administration, and I believe at the Agenda Review Committee, names are assigned, and mine was assigned. And as motions are simply a way to bring things forward, I said, fine, bring my name forward on this. So I have no problem if you want to bring forward an amendment, because of course motions are simply brought forward for discussion and may be amended and changed by council as a whole.
Thank you. So with that, questions on the amendment? I know as it's being typed out, I think we've got the idea of it anyways. I don't know if there's questions on the amendment.
You're going just on the amendment. If the amendment passes, then it does not come up.
So it's first of all questions on it, then we'll vote on the amendment, and if it fails, it goes back to the original.
Remove the wording. Does not.
Dope's not. And then also at the very end, if this does fit in operating budget for the major event hosting grant with funds from, and then it's broken down to $70,000 that we know that has come back. And I think Mr. Matthews, you said it was $70,000 is what would be $70,000 from the major event hosting grant, as well as $330,000 from MRSR. Questions? Seeing there's no questions, you probably have yourself, acting mayor, as it's my amendment, probably to speak to this, to actually do the questions, et cetera.
Oh, let me give it.
No, just do it from there.
Okay, so we have the amendment from Mayor Higgin. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council allocates additional funding beyond what has been approved. Sorry?
So up on the screen, sorry, it's going to be different than the
Okay.
actual first resolution.
All right, to allocate, the city council does allocate 300,000 from the MRSR.
Three.
I'll wait till that comes up. Smooth wording does not and only. Is that correct? 70,000 for the major?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's it? Is that, okay. So that's the amendment to the resolution. Be it resolved that the motion be amended to remove the wording "does not," and after the words "hosting grant," insert the word $70,000 from major event hosting grant and $330,000 from the MRSR. Mayor Higgin.
I think I've already spoke to this, that I think one of the main things, and I'll go back to the Play On event that happened previously, request that came in. It's, we need the movement within our community. We've seen what this has done with other events, especially curling events within our community. They're sold out, they're packed solid. It's something that has been very well received within our community. And so for that reason, I'd brought this forward. I know that there are funds available. We've heard about 4 million. It's going to make it pretty tight, and I know that, and I'm sure Mr. Matthews is that's what keeps him up at night, but we'll keep him up a little bit longer here to have, in my opinion, to have this incredible event here within our community. We saw what it's done before, and I'd love to see it going forward.
Now, are we voting on the amendment, or are we, sorry?
Yes, the amendment.
This is on.
Just the amendment.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Councillor Doty.
The administration pointed out that they're also seeking a letter of support.
Letter of support.
They want a letter of support too. So therefore, the amendment should be added and further be resolved that a letter of support be provided by the mayor's office with respect to this project application, or whatever the words.
Perfect.
Sorry. I can't support this.
Okay, so there, as I said before, but also adding and further be it resolved that a letter of support be provided by the mayor's office. So we're voting on the amendment here first, right? Okay, all in favor? That's unanimous. Oh, there was a, Councilor Parker?
In favor.
Yep. Unanimous. All right, then we'll go to the main motion as amended. Mayor Higgin.
All right, so to continue with that, questions on the main motion as amended? I see, it's pretty much exactly what we did. We voted on the amendment, but as it is now the main motion. So I guess with that, there's no questions, so.
Or open for debate? Okay, Councillor Croson.
Thank you. I will be voting against it. I think I share some of Mr. Matthews' concerns. When you need a huge wastewater treatment plant, when you have all these other things, when you're in the middle of a drought, and today looks amazing, but don't forget, we're still in the middle of a drought. We have such a tight financial situation, and I know this 400,000 will mostly come back, and I know people will, if we get it, people will have an amazing time. but I just have to remind us that we are in a very tight financial situation. I think this is the smallest our MRSR has been in decades. And so even though this is not a great deal of money, even though I think it will be an amazing event if we get it, I will have to vote against this just because at some point, the finances are not going to be what we want.
Council.
Yes, initially I was not going to support this. I was going to go along with the administration recommendation until I realized that the reality is that we have taken funds from the major hosting grant, which really was meant for things such as this, but for the emergency operating grant of $967,000 given to the exhibition, I doubt if we'd be having this debate at all. So even though I fully appreciate that the MRSR is getting low, I don't think that a worthy project like this should suffer and be part of the consequences with respect to the funding that we had to give the exhibition for them to continue to operate. So the bottom line is I will be supporting this resolution.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and I concur with my colleague, Councillor Dodick. I think Mr. Matthews, if provided the opportunity, would agree that there are all numbers of funds that will be coming back on reconciliation at the end of this year. We know from a number of different departments across the corporation that there are surpluses being generated that will not necessarily be diverted to BAU accounts. So some of that money will be coming back to the MRSR, and therefore I am confident that we will be able to find these funds to support this initiative. So I'm in favor of it.
I was really struggling on this one because I hear from Mr. Matthews where we're at and the difficulty that we're facing and the number of capital projects, et cetera, that's coming up. But then I have to think about historically what a phenomenal job Curling Club has done in the city, going back to many moons ago when it was the Scotties, the original time that came here, not to mention the world men's, the mixed doubles, the Briar, and the millions of dollars that have been generated into the city. And this is going to be another success. Lethbridge does it like nobody else does it in this country, and that's undeniable. That this also puts us on the map as it always has. So I will be in support of the motion. Back to you, Chief.
All right, I guess that's the question.
Question been called. All in favor?
Councillor Parker?
In favor.
Nope, and opposed?
Still passes.
All right, thank you for that. I have a resolution here from Councillor Middleton Hope, Economic Development, Lethbridge Annual Report 6.4. Be it resolved, the Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee refer this report to administration review and investigation report back to the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee in conjunction with the annual operating budget review in November. Now, we have received this as a submission. It's not a presentation, but I will ask if there's anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this. Mr. Lewington, come on up, and of course, state your name for the record, as we all know who you are. But
Trevor Lewington, CEO, Economic Development, Lethbridge. Thank you, Your Worship, and to you and through you to the rest of the committee. First of all, happy International Economic Development Week. This is an international celebration this week. I know you've all been at home baking cookies and digging into GDP and other things to celebrate the week. But it is the time that we recognize our professions, so I just want to share that with you. In our submission, there are, of course, a number of documents, including our annual report that does outline all of the outcomes and metrics we use by which to judge our performance. There was a document, it was the close of our 20th year of operation that was provided to you, as well as a report on work that we're doing in automation in the sector. So Lethbridge was identified by the Conference Board of Canada as one of the most vulnerable cities nationally to the effects of automation. So we've been working with industry on understanding that. There was also a very important report on student retention, which of course will be key to both your housing strategy as well as building the workforce of the future. I know administration has already taken that report under wing, but I think there's a number of key recommendations coming out directly from student feedback that impact a lot of municipal issues. And there were about 2,200 students that were interviewed and surveyed as a part of that process, so it's quite valuable feedback. We did also include a report on key economic indicators, just so you could see from our perspective what's happening in the economy. And then, of course, an actual presentation file, if you only had time to read that, that provides a summary of all of the things. I do want to bring to your attention just a concern with this particular motion versus what we had originally proposed. So we did receive a provincial grant from the Northern and Regional Economic Development Fund, NRED, in the amount of $155,000. That was not originally budgeted for in our business plan, so that is incremental. The scope of that grant was to do some additional work that we feel will add value to our friends in Opportunity Lethbridge, particularly around supply chain and rail infrastructure. So it's information that will feed directly back into the city in terms of you being able to make better and more informed decisions. That money is now in our account. We are ready to move forward. And so to do that, we need some direction from the committee with respect to N42. We would like to modify the scope of N42. Essentially, we would no longer do the Metro Economic Trends Report or the GDP report that were contained in our original submission. That, of course, was done in August of 2022, and things change in time, and finding incremental dollars is always helpful to that process. Instead, we'll do those two additional reports. So my concern would be, if we won't get clarity or some recommendation prior to November, I would likely have to return those funds and not engage in that scope of work, which I think would be a missed opportunity, frankly. And so that's why our recommendation was that the committee actually accepted his information and approved that change in scope for N42. So to be clear, we are not asking for money in any form. We are simply asking to change the scope of work when the money that was already allocated. We are asking for a shift in those funds to line up with the grant funding, so pulling from 2026's allocation into 2025. And that's simply so that we have the matching dollars that corresponds with the grant. So that would be the ask today and sort of the key concern that we have with the motion as it's presented. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Actually, if I've got you the mic there, a question that I would have for you, Mr. Lewington. So if this was to be approved or looked at in November, you're saying that would be too long?
Yeah, just the scope of work that's contemplated as a part of the grant. There's funds, for example, part of it is being allocated to our website. So we've found some additional funding for creative industries as an example. That's all bundled together as a part of the grant. But if we wouldn't have sort of a blessing from the city to move forward until November, frankly, I just don't think there's enough time to get all of the work done. And like I said, we're in a position now to start moving forward with some of those initiatives. I would hate to wait 6 months unnecessarily.
And this would have to, or would have to be returned? 155,000?
I mean, I can certainly embarrass myself and ask the province for forgiveness and a change in scope, but again, we just signed a contract. This has all been approved. We'd now be changing course with them and losing the face, I think.
And they knew in advance what N42 was, I would imagine, as you went in.
Correct. So part of the grant, of course, is always requires matching funding, and so we were able to use, thankfully, new initiative funding from the city as our match for the grant application.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions in the queue? Oh, Councillor Schmidt-Rump.
Thank you very much, Chair Higgin. And because this is Economic Development Lethbridge's annual report, I do have a series of questions, but I will step out of the queue whenever somebody else might have some questions to ask. My first question, and don't go away, Mr. Lewington, but my very first question through you, Chair, to our city administration team is with regards to the language in this current motion of review and investigation. What exactly would we be reviewing and investigating, and what do we hope to achieve with that? To me, that language seems a bit confrontational to an organization that is supposed to be a partner. So I'm looking for some explanation, for some direction on what review and investigation exactly looks like, or what we're reviewing and investigating.
One moment. I'm actually looking for the wording myself.
And I guess what part of the report would we be reviewing and investigating? Because there are several components to this report that Mr. Lewington and the EDL team has submitted to us.
So if I understand, yeah, the last piece is, I think it's just simply to the review and investigation to bring this back for discussion in November, subject to the information that was available at that time.
So I'm going to ask for some clarification on that. Are we looking specifically on N42, or are we looking at the whole of the Economic Development Lethbridge report that's been submitted? Are we just looking for review and investigation into N42 and what Mr. Lewington has just provided clarification on?
So if I understand it correctly, it's this initiative, then the dovetailing into the report and the initiatives that might be underway in the city that would intersect with this related to trade, logistics, airport, economic development, and ensuring that all of those factors are aligned.
Okay. So we would be doing that in conjunction with Economic Development Lethbridge, though. Like I said, to me, the review and investigation just seems like we're headed down another Lethbridge and District exhibition road. I want to ensure that we are treating EDL like the partner that they are, that we are giving them their funds, but we're not investigating in some way, shape, or form what they're doing, but just making sure that we're working together on this.
Yeah, there's certainly a piece where we would work together. There would be some internal analysis that needs to happen within Opportunity Lethbridge and other groups to look at what we're doing and what our plans are and how it intersects with all of this as well. So there would definitely need to be some discussion.
Okay, and is it specific still to around N42, or are we looking at the broader scope of what Economic Development Lethbridge is doing?
Again, just to restate, I think the broader scope, but it does connect to N42 as part of that as well.
Okay, but the broader scope as well as what's been submitted. Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification on that. So, Mr. Lewington, some questions out of what you've submitted here. I do see in your presentation some information about rural renewal and rural entrepreneur streams of the Alberta Advantage Immigration Program, and certainly as being part of the Ukrainian Task Force, we've had some interest in this. But I don't remember that being part of your four-year business plan that was presented to council. Can you tell me a little bit about why EDL is doing this work and how it's being funded?
Thank you for the question. You're quite right in that both the rural renewal stream and the rural entrepreneur stream, which are programs under the Alberta Advantage Immigration Program, were not in our original budget. They were not part of our original four-year business plan that council approved. However, both were seen as potential contributors to the economy. So the rural renewal stream is a pathway to permanent residency for new Canadians, non-resident Canadians. And the rural entrepreneur stream provides a pathway similarly for investors. And so we've had considerable success actually in the first 6 months of the program. For rural renewal, we have 23 employers enrolled, and we've issued 15 candidate support letters. And the average wage of those positions is somewhere between $27 and $28. So we've been very targeted in making sure we're looking at key industries and driving jobs that will contribute to the economy. From a rural entrepreneur program perspective, we've had 79 inquiries in the first 6 months of the program. 6 community support letters were issued, and if those 6 were all to move forward, they represent investment potential of about $750,000 and the creation of about 21 jobs. So that was in our presentation. In terms of funding, like I said, this is incremental and off the side of our desk. So we have made some structural changes to the organization. We did eliminate a position last year to free up resources. We've restructured some of the work. And so the program administration for this is being done at no additional cost. It is being absorbed within our existing budget.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll step out if other members of council have questions.
You're the only one in. You can keep going.
Perfect. So certainly Moving on to the two reports that we've got a work on the automated automation study. What prompted that work, and what are the next steps coming out of that report?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my remarks, the Conference Board of Canada last year identified Lethbridge as one of the top 3 communities in Canada being most vulnerable to automation. And so part of that is Lethbridge's industry is disproportionately weighted by manufacturing. So that's actually good news. We have more manufacturing in Lethbridge than many other communities. We also have a disproportional weighting towards primary agriculture. And so both of those sectors generate or are responsible for more jobs in our economy than in many other communities. And as a result, as those industries look to automate, those workers have the potential to be displaced. So obviously we're concerned about what happens to those folks. Where do they go in the economy? What kind of upskilling, job training needs to happen? And so that really prompted the discussion with a number of employers in the region, particularly our manufacturers, to understand what are they working on in terms of automation, what technologies are they exploring, how far along that journey are there, what kind of barriers might they have, what's our role in supporting them through those processes. And then ultimately, the report sort of indicates that first level review. The report, incidentally, was paid for by the Government of Alberta, so there was no municipal funding required for that particular project. And Alberta Labour has been working with us. They'd like to see a next version of that study to identify next steps, and in particular, how do we get from what we've identified.
Lethbridge perspective, and from EDL, what do you see as the City of Lethbridge's role within respect to some of those findings?
Thank you for the question. I'm just flipping through the presentation file that we submitted. We did include sort of the 5 top themes that came out of the graduate retention strategy. As I mentioned, it was approximately 2,200 students. It was just over that number that were a part of that process. So obviously 2,000 responses is pretty statistically valid, certainly could be repeatable. The 5 items that were identified coming out of the graduate retention strategy, number 1 was employment opportunities. So we're going to stay very focused on that, work integrated learning, working with the post-secondaries and industry, for example. The 2, I think, that are probably the most relevant to the city itself, one was the perceptions of safety, in particular the downtown. That emerged quite clearly in the study. And then transportation accessibility. So public transit was also a key theme that emerged from that study. And again, we've included both the survey results, but also the narrative report that came out of roundtables, so you can dig into those issues. And again, like I said, I know administration has already seen the report, and there are a number of folks that are sort of chewing through that content and looking at the implications. The other one was around awareness and engagement in community activities. So there's an understanding from students that there's a lot of things that happen in Lethbridge, they just don't know where they're happening or what's happening. And so there's an opportunity probably for organizations like Tourism Lethbridge, the BRZ, to connect directly with our post-secondaries and make sure their calendars are synced and to make sure that information is flowing. But I would say that perception of safety, which again, you have a whole task force dedicated to that, and transportation availability and public transit were the 2 key themes that I think are most in the relevance of City Council.
All right, thank you very much. I can step out if we've got...
Nobody in the queue.
Oh, excellent. So just sort of, we've got that, and hopefully that'll be coming back to council for further discussion, particularly because there are lanes that we can drive in, for lack of a better analogy on that. We did, as well, under the budget initiatives, we supported investment in the creative industries. Can you provide us with an update on the progress that's been made in that area so far?
Sure. So the committee may recall that budget decision was made towards the end of September last year. So we did not have the funding in place or approval to move forward until sort of the end of the year. So that funding was approved in September. We hired Brock Skretting as our Director of Creative Industries. Some of you will know him from his previous role with Keep Alberta Rolling. So we're very fortunate to land him as a talented individual on our team in late October. And between November and December, of course, keeping in mind there was Christmas, he was able to meet with about 50 different stakeholders in the city and build out our strategy. So that's sort of the initial strategy for creative industries was presented to the EDL board, which of course includes your 3 representatives in February, and we're now moving forward with how to execute against that. We also know that, of course, the city funded a position and work that is planned to start in June, sort of on the administrative side and the permitting side. So, of course, linking those two things together and make sure they're working in parallel will be important moving forward. The 2 months that we had available to us at the end of 2023, it was primarily around stakeholder engagement, doing the research and developing that initial strategy, which, like I said, has since been presented and approved by our board.
All right. Thank you very much. And seeing no one else still in the queue. Coming out of the Economic Development Conference this past spring, a couple questions came up that I'm wondering if you can speak to for us. They talked a lot about attraction and retention. Certainly, what can the City of Lethbridge be doing to make business attraction and retention more effective and easier for you?
How long do we have? No, I'm kidding. So yeah, first and foremost, we have some great partners, particularly in Opportunity Lethbridge, with whom we engage primarily, but certainly through the rest of the city departments. So whenever there is an investment that comes to town or we need to engage and find information, the administration is very willing to engage and provide us with the research, do the modeling. So we appreciate that. That's an important part of us being able to do the work that we do. You know, meeting with investors, going through successive calls and meetings with them, it's important that we're able to provide them with answers. On a macro level, I guess the two buckets that City Council can influence most, that are most important to investors, one is workforce, the other is cost, right? Survey after survey, universally, workforce access to talent is a number one consideration of why companies will locate somewhere, or if they exist in Lethbridge, why they would choose to expand. So from a council perspective, you know, housing and the availability of rentals, I think, you know, as you work through your housing master strategies, you work through incentives on housing development. We know, for example, in Lethbridge over the last 2 years, a 2-bedroom rental has increased by 31% in terms of cost. So a 31% lift is not great news if you're a student or if you're someone who's just starting out their career hoping to stay. So I think council can certainly, through your housing strategy, through your incentive discussions, focus on how we retain talent and build a workforce through housing in particular. And then the second, I think, would be around costing. So again, that's looking at the whole bucket. So that's everything from utilities to taxes to the total cost of doing business in any particular community. And as businesses look to locate anywhere, they'll be doing that math to try and understand the total cost. And so, you know, part of your challenge is that you are often presented with issues on a piecemeal basis, because that's how resolutions and decisions get made, right? So you'll look at tax rates, you'll look at utility bylaws, you'll look at each of those components as they come up in cycle and as they come up individually. I think your challenge collectively is to look at those things as a whole picture, to understand what's the total cost of doing business in Lethbridge and how does that benchmark against the total cost in other jurisdictions. Because ultimately, when a company comes to us, they're less concerned about the lines on the map and which jurisdiction they're going to locate in. They're most focused on what's the cost, what's the service they get, and what's that value in terms of their investment. Does that make sense?
Yep, no, that makes sense. And where would you say we rank compared to other municipalities?
Again, it'll depend a little bit on who you talk to. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business released a report a number of months ago. They say that Lethbridge's taxes are quite uncompetitive on the non-residential side, so for commercial and industrial relative to other Alberta jurisdictions. And you can read the report. They have a number of recommendations about tax burden and what that could look like. We completed a Brighter Together survey, of course, as we do every year. The 5th annual Brighter Together survey locally, the perception of local business is that the tax environment, the utility environment, and the regulatory environment in Lethbridge is challenging for them. And again, we've provided those reports before. And I believe the Chamber of Commerce just did a survey as well, and a lot of those findings align across those 3 reports. So again, I think as you're looking at cost competitives, you get a lot of comparisons. I would just encourage you to look at jurisdictions that we are competing with, both locally and regionally, and making sure that you're measuring appropriate things. So for example, I sometimes see in reports, you know, municipal taxes per capita, but if I'm a non-residential taxpayer, I'm only interested in the mill rate for a non-residential tax investment, right? So making sure the numbers that you're looking at are relevant to the audience that we speak to, which again is those investors essentially.
Okay. Thank you very much for the answer on that. And then finally, later in the meeting, we do have an update coming from administration on council's action plan. And in there is the economic development and tourism strategy developed by the city. Can you speak to how EDL is using that document and or what you and Tourism Lethbridge are doing to implement that strategy?
So are you referencing, I think it was the Honeycomb Solutions report in and around September of 2022?
Yeah, so and that's part of what's in our action plan update.
Oh, okay. So that report was commissioned by the city for use by the city. So we certainly were involved in the drafting of that report. We had input into that process. But our four-year business plan that you have all approved was completed and submitted before that report was made available. So the good news, I think, is it's very aligned with what we do. Our four-year business plan looks very much like the key priorities that are identified in that economic development and tourism strategy. But in terms of using the document, again, I think it's more for your own use internally as opposed to us externally.
Okay, and then just in working with that as well, there's also from our administration report later on as well, we have a status of directed resolutions, and there's reference to the KPMG report and outstanding recommendations in relation to economic development Lethbridge. And since we have you here, can you speak to what action EDL has been taking in response to the KPMG report and those recommendations?
So the short answer is none. So back in, it was August of 2021, what was then the Agenda and Review Committee for the city, so I believe that was Councillor Crowson and Acting Mayor, Campbell at the time, along with the previous mayor, met with the Executive Committee of Economic Development Lethbridge to review some of the findings. We provided a number of recommendations at that time. That, I believe, was the last official meeting between the two governance bodies on that topic. There was an administrative report, and don't quote me on this, I want to say January of 2023, I believe there was an update from Mr. Elliott to council on the status of that, and that's the last time we've been asked to provide information. So there were 13 recommendations that came out of the KPMG report. 5 of the 13 were immediately implemented and have been put to bed. There were an additional 8 that required further input or advice from the city. And so I think that was the initial conversation between the Agenda and Review Committee and the Executive in 2021, was to sort of reconcile some of those. And then, of course, council has its 3 representatives on our board to feed that information back. And to my knowledge, there's been no further requests from that original conversation.
Okay, so those remaining 8 are work that the city of Lethbridge has to do, correct?
Yeah, certainly, I mean, I think it's work that we would have to do as an organization to implement, but the 8 that were identified were laid out as we need more information, or we need feedback, or we need some kind of direction before we can move forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lewington. And the last question that I have through you, Chair Higgin, would go to the city manager or designate. We have this motion in front of us here, but we also have Economic Development Lethbridge's recommendations in our summary package. Is there a reason why we could not bring their recommendations forward as well as a motion arising or a new motion and approve those so we can do this, but we can also approve their recommendations as well? Is there a reason why we wouldn't be able to do that? Because they're not asking for any additional funding, and we would just be carrying on with our investigation and working with them. We've already allocated the funds.
To your question, quite simply, it's whatever the will of committee and council is.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to bring that forward as a motion arising then after this one.
Councillor Dodek, sorry, I thought you were in there. Did you still want to speak, or you're out? All right, I saw you in there and then you were out. All right. I see no further questions, and so I'll turn the time over to Councillor Middleton Hope to open debate.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Lewington, for that fulsome explanation of the presentation and of the annual report. I'm just wondering if there are any additional questions from any of my colleagues. None. All right. Then we can go straight to debate then. Any concerns, comments? None. Then we'll call the... Is there a motion arising? Want to do that now?
That after this gets voted, and then the motion arising is Economic Development Lethbridge's recommendations.
I'm sorry, I would just need clarification on what you're asking to do so that I could answer that properly.
So this motion, certainly, but then also I'd like to bring forward Economic Development Lethbridge's recommendations that Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that council accept their presentations and documents provided as information as per requirement of the MOU, amend Budget Initiative N42, Economic Development Market Intelligence of the 23-26 operating budget as follows, include the rail supply chain optimization strategy and trade and logistics gap analysis to the scope, remove Metro Economic Trends Report and GDP reporting ranking from the scope, and adjust the City of Lethbridge funding amounts. So it's part of
Okay,
what
so
we've done as their-
that was a recommendation that was in the report.
Yeah.
So if this motion on the floor fails, you can put that one forward, but I wouldn't see both of them being adopted at the same time. To me, they're contrary. I don't know. Mr. Matthews, do you have any comment? Would they be?
And if not, then an amendment, but as the city manager stated, there's no real reason why we couldn't bring this forward as well.
Yeah.
I think the city clerk's right on that. It contradicts it. It's one saying one thing and the other one's, it doesn't seem to jive. I think Bonnie's right, city clerk.
Mr. City Manager or Mr. Matthews, do you see, because of course when that report came forward or the recommendation, and we do have this, we're changing the scope of N42, so we're changing something. Is that very different from what this is? It would be the question.
If I can, Mr. Matthews is going to weigh in. Mr. Sanchez was providing some information about some of the background work, and I'll just read the message. The rail work falls under transportation with the city, since we want to maintain the majority of public areas or the contact with CP when it comes to requirements. It's incumbent on us to do some of that background work that ties into this. So there's a little more exploration, understanding that needs to be done to see how all of this would dovetail together so that we're not overlapping or having waste or things that aren't producing the required value as we work our way through this. So I don't think that this was very recent, so I don't think the conversations, at least none that I'm aware of, have been had. So I don't know, Mr. Sanchez, do you have anything further to add on that aspect from your side?
No, I think you summarized most of the details, and as you mentioned, I haven't had a chance to look into this, and there are many things or synergies. I think this is a work that should be led by the city with the stakeholders like EDL, different city departments that also need to have an input into this, like Opportunity Lethbridge and other stakeholders. So I didn't have a chance. I just made that comment to the city manager a few minutes ago because I wasn't aware that that particular one was being brought forward.
So if I can ask the question, then there could be some duplication so maybe if we can just take a couple minute recess here, because before this comes forward, I want to make sure that if this passes 6.4, that would not allow us to bring the other one in, because this already puts it forward till November. So it's my understanding, and Madam City Clerk, if you can confirm that.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So the motion is to refer the whole report, everything, to November budget review.
And that would give the additional information with rail that you were talking about instead of having the duplication of services? Is that making sense then?
Yeah, I guess my thoughts, and again, this is all subject to the will of council, is if this one piece that we're talking about, this M42, that was separate, everything else, no concerns on my side.
So it's the rail?
Yep.
Okay, we'll just take a 2-minute recess there. Thank you. right, thank you everyone for your patience as we continue. I do have Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Chair Higgin. And just given some of the discussions that we've had during the break here, I would actually like to postpone this motion until the June Economic SPC so that our administrative teams and Economic Development Lethbridge have an opportunity to discuss the initiatives under the new N42, as well as the grant application that we've just, or the grant that Economic Development Lethbridge has just received as well.
It's a brand new, it's a motion to postpone.
So on the motion to postpone, we have moved by Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel, be resolved this item be postponed to June 13th, 2024 meeting of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. Open up for questions. No questions. Debate, probably open debate already for the reasons.
I think I've covered everything.
All right.
Yep.
So with that, question's been called on the amendment. Or sorry, on the postponement. All in favor? All right. And Councillor Parker in favor?
In favor.
All right. So that carries. So next we have a resolution from Councillor Palladino. Gosh, can't even pronounce your name today. Opportunity Lethbridge annual report. We've also received that within our package, and I don't know if there's anybody who wants to speak from the gallery. Ask if anybody sitting to say from the gallery. Come forward, state your name. We know, but for the record, and that's on 6.5.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dale Lear, and I just want to be very brief, but to say that one of the things I've noticed year in and year out with the Opportunity Lethbridge reports is what appears to me to be a heavy reliance on land sales. So just a couple of things that come to mind about that is in that if we're unable to sustain those level of sales, what's the backup plan? And second of all, how does that compare with other communities? Are we more reliant on land sales to support our operating budget, or are we less dependent? So it's just something that I'm hoping as stewards of the city's assets and in carrying out your fiduciary responsibilities to taxpayers, that I'm hoping you're giving this some thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else from the gallery like to speak to this? If not, I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Crowson.
So my one question for Opportunity Lethbridge, if I were to ask members of the public who work with you, what would they say you do best and what do you need to work on?
I think in what we do best, if you're thinking about our work that we do on industrial land sales and investment attraction, I think our team does a really good job. And I know Invest Alberta has spoke about the Lethbridge model. But when we have investors that come to Lethbridge and are curious about Lethbridge, we do a really good job of assembling a team of people to across all of our infrastructure departments, to be able to sort of roll out the red carpet, answer their questions, explain the Lethbridge way, and show them how they'll fit into our community. We've even included folks from Alberta Environment, the post-secondary institutions, to be there to help support us when we're working with those potential investors. Things we could do better. Maybe I'll sort of switch it to things I'm a little worried about, if that's okay with you. I'm worried, I guess, about our supply of industrial land and what that means for the future. I think we have about just over 200 acres left in sharing business and industrial park, and we don't have, again, future land for development. So I think that's something that definitely keeps me up at night.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, Councillor Dodek.
Yes, because of infrastructure costs, we're basically the only game in town with respect to industrial and commercial lands. But I remember when I was a much younger person that there used to be concerns over the market share that we had on residential lands. And I believe that the private sector didn't want us to be too heavily involved in it. And I also believe that we had reports way back when that says that the city should not be involved in more than 25% ownership or have market share with respect to residential lands. I see that we have well below that at 16.9%. So is the private sector at least not too displeased with us that we have at 16.9%?
I think from my interactions, the private sector is not really commenting on where we're at, so I'm assuming that they're okay with where I'm at. I'm not sure if the city manager or if anyone else has heard comments from the private sector, but we've kind of stayed, within that under 25%. I think our average since 2006 is 16.9. This last year, we actually, because we measure it based on the number of lots that are subdivided and registered with the Land Titles Office, and so we're really careful to make sure that we're managing our inventory. So in 2023, we didn't actually add any new lots and subdivide, so that really accounts for us having zero. We did have sales in 2023, but we're very conscious of what our market share is.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, Ms. Slovak. I think it's important to acknowledge that Opportunity Lethbridge is really only one part of the solution. Is that correct? You're not responsible for all land sales in the city. You're not responsible for all lot sales. So it's important perhaps for the public to recognize that, in fact, you're only a piece of the puzzle. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's definitely a lot of private development that happens in the community, and Lethbridge land, again, makes up a small portion. So 16.9% is our average since 2006. I guess if I can elaborate a little bit, some of the benefits of having Lethbridge land be involved in land development is other developers don't typically sell lots to folks that aren't part of their builder group or just to the general public. If a new builder is looking to start up a company, they can come to Lethbridge land. We sell to anybody. We have a portion of our lots that do go to our builder group, but then 50% of them are reserved for other builders, the community. So that is definitely one of the benefits of having Lethbridge land exist.
Thank you. Insofar as lots that are already acquired by private either private companies, private developers, individuals, are we in the business of buying any of these lots back? I'm thinking specifically of Riverstone, where we have a number of lots that have been purchased by individuals, speculating, presumably, because they haven't built on them. And I'm just wondering if those lots, if they were made available, do we buy them back, or do we just turn them over to another developer like we have in Riverstone, which would be the two companies that we have that agreement with?
Yeah, typically we haven't in the past, to my knowledge, bought back any lots from any builders. Typically if someone purchases a lot from Lethbridge land and then, waits on it for a while or decides not to build, then they will place it on the market for anyone to pick up. And it could be another builder, it could be a person who wants to bring their own builder, but we typically have not bought back any lots, to my knowledge.
Okay, two small questions, Your Worship, to Ms. Slovak. Did you need to jump in here? Watermark. How many years out are we still before we're going to start building there?
So what we're doing in Watermark right now, we've just finished amending the outline plan for Watermark. We're kicking off a visitable housing study right now. Essentially, we're getting everything in order so that should the market turn around, we're ready to go with Watermark. We still have 2 phases left to go in Riverstone, so pending how the market plays out over the next little while, we'll determine, I guess, how quickly we bring on those Watermark lots. But right now, we're getting everything ready, so if the market demands, we can go.
And crossings are about 50 or 60% built out?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Last question is sale of properties that the city owns. Where are we with that? Are we leveraging the change in the market? I know you talked in terms of hardships. That's my granddaughter's things. Hardships of interest rates, supply chains, and labor, et cetera. But that aside, we're transitioning out of that market environment to a more robust market. So where are we with land sales of existing properties that we own?
I think in terms of residential, we've got about, at the end of the year last year, we had about 50 lots left in inventory, 51, I think. We've had a number of sales this year into 2024, so that's been great. For industrial, we sold 2 acres last year. We ended up finalizing a sale from a previous year, and then we have a number of sales this year. So I think things are looking up for certainly for land sales.
Good, I'll leave it at that, thank you.
Thank you. A question I have, Ms. Slovak, and thank you very much for the answers thus far. I've heard this before numerous times, but I want you to be able to speak to this again, if you wouldn't mind, for the community. What are some of the things that the revenues from land, Lethbridge land, I'm going old school Lethbridge land, Opportunity Lethbridge, what are those, and I know the answer for this, but I think it's important that you say, what are some of the things that come from those revenues?
So if you turn to, or if you are on page 32 of our annual report, it shows a table that's our financial reinvestment. So it shows a summary of the things that we have reinvested in over the past number of years, since 1994 actually, which today accumulates about $80 million that we've reinvested back into the community. That's for like new school sites, the Helen Schuler Nature Center expansion, dog parks, a number of other things. We also support some operating budget things. We pay taxes in lieu for the property that we hold in the city. We also pay, all of our wages. We're self-funded. We pay a number of other wages throughout the organization. So there's definitely a lot that the profits of land development cover within the city.
Okay, thank you. And I guess a question to Mr. Matthews. Hearing what you did, and I'm sure that you are quite aware of that, obviously, $80 million since 1994. If we went forward with the same projects, where would those dollars come from? I know the answer, but...
So thank you, Mayor Higgin. So in regards to those projects, once again, depending on the surpluses that we see in land development, either to come from land development, although we have seen some slowdown in the marketplace right now and some commitments against that. The other places where that would come from would be from either, those projects, if they're not funded through that means, they'd be funded through either grants by the levels of government or through taxation supported pay-as-you-go program, or as well, obviously, depending on what it is, and some of those pieces could also be from tax-supported debt as well.
So for tax support of $80 million since 94 is a great number. So I think with Opportunity Lethbridge being able to help with the tax burden on the community is of importance. And I think it's something, again, I knew the answer to it, but I think it's important that we let the community know what those revenues go towards, as well as staff costs, et cetera. So thank you very much for those answers. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Slovak. Thank you and your staff for keeping Opportunity Lethbridge at or below budget when it comes to land development. So kudos on that. My question revolves around the definition of concierge service. The report mentions that it supports large-scale and complex development. Can you expand on this a little bit more?
Yes, certainly. There are a number of projects that come to town that are complex. So some examples in the past we can speak to. Cavendish Farms was a great one where we assembled a team. We sort of held their hand through the project and helped get that done. We've done that for a number of other projects, housing projects. Our team helped the post development downtown. So it's really working with different organizations who are doing something that's complicated and just sort of stewarding them and helping them through the process, holding their hand to make it as effective and as efficient as possible for them.
I asked this because I hear regularly, and I'm sure other councillors have too, that, and Mr. Lewington actually brought it up earlier, that they're having difficulty getting approvals, and besides taxes and utilities, and that support is lacking, or red tape. Let's just use the word that's more common. But they have difficulty getting approvals. So keep that in mind. That's not a question, I guess. Regarding the airport, can I ask a question about the airport, because they're in the same report, but I hear that traffic level is up. I'm assuming the deficits were as a result of COVID. And I see, to curiosity, Vancouver is the #1 requested destination. What is 2 and 3?
I think we are getting Victoria as a pretty common request. Toronto would probably be number 3.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh yeah, Edmonton, I thought of that, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Slovak, for the updates and the reports. In the report, it talked about a plan to develop and service 200 to 300 single-family lots between 2024 and 2027. Just given our current market conditions, is this a good investment? Is this over-optimistic? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so also included in the package is the Lethbridge Land Work Plan, which breaks out sort of the phasing that we plan to do over the next 4 years. We come back to council with that, or SPC to council with that work plan every year and add additional year. And then what we do is we make sure that if we're not ready for the next phase, we won't develop it, of course. We're constantly monitoring our current inventory, what our cash flows look like, looking at our performance to make sure it's time to move ahead on lots. So very conscious of our inventory, and this work plan, again, we don't proceed unless we deem it's necessary.
Okay, so we may not actually bring those number of lots online.
Yeah.
It'll depend on what situation we're in. We also talk just about city-owned facilities, but what is our current city-owned building inventory? What percentage is occupied versus what percentage is not? And are there revenue opportunities there for us to sell some of those off? Have we looked at that? Where's that at?
Yeah, that's not a question I could answer. I would look to my colleagues at Facility Services to be able to better answer that. I do know that we work closely with them when there is a building that's deemed perhaps surplus. We've developed a sort of a framework to evaluate the building and see if it's something that we should be investing in, divesting of, or doing something different with.
Okay, and do we have anybody that can answer that here today?
I'm happy to get back. Mr. Matthews and I were just having a discussion about that, and if there was anything that was worthwhile, short of a shack that isn't really worth anything that was in there, and I don't recall anything, but happy to explore that and get back to you at a later date, because I don't have any more detailed answer than that.
I can submit that then as a council query so that we can move forward on that. And then just talking about our corporate land needs, what are some of those findings out of the report?
I think the biggest thing that we've been looking at is the supply of industrial land. In terms of land development needs, I think looking across the organization, we've recently done some work with other departments to understand what their needs are going to be for the future based on existing master plans or their projected growth. And so we have that work. We're just finalizing it now.
Okay, and then just one last question. Are there any increase in costs from last year's work plan?
I might ask if my colleague, Mr. Croyle, could speak to that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So by the numbers, we have a current total for 2024 to 2027 of $43,476,100. That's about $810,000 higher than the 2023 to 2026 work plan. And that wouldn't be one specific number that adds up to that $800,000 difference. It's a variety of costs that have crept up incrementally given inflation and other factors.
Okay, and how are we accommodating for that?
The additional $810,000?
Yeah, how are we covering that if we've got that increase from last year?
So a lot of this flows back to subdivision cash flows, so that might be a question best answered by Mr. Matthews.
To Councillor Schmidt-Rempel in regards to that is some of the risk management components we look at constantly within it. So as the slowdown in building development and so forth that you can see on, in fact, I think it was in some of the information that was provided by EDL today. When we look at that, we defer, we look in the cash flow to defer those projects and push them out. If cost increases are included within that, that also will affect the amount of projects we can do in that period of time based on how much is the projected revenues coming into residential or industrial subdivisions.
Okay. Do we have any information on what projects we have deferred then? Or will we?
I'd have to go back, excuse me, I'd have to go back and take a look in there, but I think, yeah, we'd be able to tell that from our past cash flow components, and I'm not sure if Mr. Coyle or Ms. Slovak would have that information here today.
Just anecdotally, we do, as Ms. Slovak just mentioned, push out some aspects of our residential development if the market isn't in a place where it can absorb the number of lots that the previous work plan would have indicated we could bring online. So just naturally, that would not necessarily be a deferral of cost for the sake of saving dollars, but more just to make sure that the market isn't inundated with lots that aren't going to sell at a time when they should be coming online.
Okay. And are there any other projects that we might look at deferring in order to make up those costs?
I think I would have to echo Mr. Matthews' comments on that and probably defer an answer to that to a later date.
Okay. Yeah, if we could get that information, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Slovak and your team for the presentation. I'm going to send my question to maybe you or Mr. Sanchez. I asked a question to Mr. Sanchez about a month ago in regards to Métis Trail, and as most people know, there's a big gap that needs to be complete all the way to the West Side Fire Hall, the new West Side Fire Hall. And his answer, what made sense, was we have to wait till we start getting more development in the area regarding residential and commercial development, off-site levies and all that, which does make sense. My question to Mr. Sanchez or yourself, and I'm guessing Mr. Sanchez, is would it be wise to actually build the road when you look at inflationary costs? Wouldn't it be cheaper versus having to do it later on, or has there been any talk of possibly doing it before the houses are actually built in that area?
Thanks for the question. And the quick answer to that one, typically we build roads as new developments or new neighborhoods are being developed. And that the building of those roads is part of the off-site levies fees that developers are paying. So in this case, if we go ahead, somebody will need to pay for the offsites, and that's a difficult time currently, considering the market and where developers are. But with that being said, I can mention today that we have been working there. We have been working with our team to see if there is a midway solution where we can have a temporary road. But again, it goes back to costing. Our team is currently working into that, and there might be a benefit. And it's more specifically because of fire hall access. Currently, they will need to go all the way around when there is a short distance if we have a road that connects Copperwood to that fire hall. So that's the part of the current job that we're trying to scope and see what options do we have. And once we have more details, we will work with all the stakeholders and see what we can do.
And thank you, Mr. Sanchez. So, and I appreciate that. That's a kind of nice little update. But would it make financial sense to build it, and then as the houses come on, we're going to get that off-site levy. So we'll be paying for it now, and then we get paid back later. And we could probably build it cheaper now than we could in 5 years. Or have you guys done that? The numbers on that?
I will start and I will defer to Mr. Matthews to see if he wants to add anything else. Currently, the offsite levy funds is in a condition that we have been paying close attention to it, because as members of SPC knows, in the last 2 years, we have not had any developments, and we still have a debt or payments that we need to do towards those projects that we have done the investment as we collect the offsite levies. And right now we are in a dire situation. That's where we have been presented that in several meetings to council, where we are at and what do we need to do next. But Daryl, I don't know if there is anything else you want to add.
No, I think you actually answered it there, Mr. Sanchez. I don't think Mr. Matthews has to add to it. I think it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Councillor Middleton Hope is next in the queue, but a question from Councillor Parker, if I could just follow follow up on that. We talked a little bit about the fire hall and getting over there, and I know there's a mentality out there, build it and they'll come, build the roadway, maybe you'll have that development that way rather than have the development and then build the road. So trying to see that, and especially the safety part of it, I think is a big, I know to get that, fire engines from that place or ambulance services from that without the road is going to be somewhat delayed. So that is work. I'm sure it's more of a comment than a question that work is continually ongoing. Is that fair to say from what I've heard?
Basically, what we're doing is looking into options to see what can be done, if anything, ahead of, without doing a compromise in terms of the cost. So whatever we need to do, it has to be able to be incorporated into any future plans, and we also need to identify the funding sources. But yes, short answer is we're looking into options as we speak.
And the offsite levy account needs to remain sustainable, obviously, to what development is coming in.
That's our main priority. We need to make sure we have enough funds, yes.
Thank you for that. Councillor Middleton-Holt.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up on that just slightly, this is a conversation that Mr. Sanchez and I had many months ago in regards to concerns that the fire department had brought forward vis-a-vis access to the west side of the city. So this is, whether it's a temporary road, Mr. Sanchez, or whether it's an advanced primary road, that's stuff that you're working on, and that'll continue to go on over the summer.
That's correct.
Good, thank you. A couple of questions to Ms. Slovak. Ms. Slovak, I'd like you to give you the opportunity to crow a little bit. In fact, the financial reinvestment is not $80 million. It's more like $80,200,000, so closer to $90 million. Isn't that correct?
I have $79,129,100 from 1994 to 2023. We do have another $10 million committed, and so if you include our total commitments, we're at $89,202,000.
Great. Good crowing, by the way. Thank you. The crossings. I understand that the crossings, and this may not be our development per se, but the crossings currently is under development and immediately adjacent to the first traffic circle going into the south portion of the community. There are 200 units that are going in there, townhouse units. As I understand, it's being built by a developer out of British Columbia, but they are also looking at an additional 500 units in the city, both for north and south. Could you comment on that?
I can't at this time.
Okay. Just say thank you very much. It sounds like a good deal. Great. Thank you.
All right, Acting Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question, and maybe it's a little bit too early for me to ask this, but I know it was in the report. Bowman Arts Center, you've reached out to community groups, and I know you're coming forward to it. Have you gotten great response to community groups at this point?
I think we've got some response. I think we are still charging forward and having further discussions, and we're hoping to be able to bring forward some lease options for you to consider.
And that's the plan is leasing out to community groups that need space in the city?
Yeah, yes it is.
Yep, great, thanks. Thank you very much.
I'd like to address something that I get quite a few questions on this, and as I'm sure many of my colleagues do as well, about the red tape, the permitting, et cetera. And I know I've asked questions at different mayor groups I'm in, either if it's Southern Alberta Mayors and Reeves or Mid-City Mayors, and they always are kind of a pat on my back compared to some of their timelines for red tape as far as permitting, et cetera. I'm wondering if there's anything that our administration could add to timelines, and I don't know if it's through yourself, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Sanchez, regarding permitting times and how they're compared to other communities within the province.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sanchez, I don't know if he caught all of that question, but he can absolutely answer that.
Yes, again, thanks for the questions. And I was just double checking with our comms team regarding this, because we actually released this year in February a news release that speaks about permits and timelines in the city and how do we compare to other communities across Alberta. And during that news release, we mentioned that typically, based on if we go for the last 10 years, all permits types in the city of Lethbridge, our average is 4.6 days. So that will be for any type of permits. If we break that down a little bit and we look at the 2023 data, our permits are around 5 days, average of 5 days in 2023. That put us number 3 in the province when we compare to other communities. And if I further do an additional breakdown of that number, I can mention that in the numbers I have in front of me right now are 2022. We're working on the details of 2023. But 30% of the permits that we approved were done within the same day. 31% were approved between 1 and 3 days, which is over 60% are done in less than 3 days. And then we go to 26% were between 4 and 10 days. Only 5% were approved in more than 25 days. And of course, it all depends on the type of permit application. Sometimes if it's a DP, there is a circulation time that goes through several stakeholders, city departments, private utilities to ensure that we're meeting all the requirements. That's what can add a little bit of more time for that circulation. But for the most part, our numbers are comparable in top 5 within the province.
Okay, because I hear that so often, and I understand that something I think for community to be aware of as well, and we've spoken about this before, and I've had conversations with other mayors, is that sometimes zoning approvals or other permitting processes require advertisements within the Lethbridge Herald, et cetera. And so those are timelines that are out of our control, however, are used across the province. And so I don't know if there's anything more you can add to that, because again, it's something I'm continually hearing. We're not building there, we're not doing this because your permitting takes too long, but we've heard, and it's data out there showing that our permitting process is in the top 5 in Alberta.
And absolutely, you're 100% right. I'm talking here about building permits and development permits.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about rezoning, that's a different process. Again, we're legislated. You have to advertise. You have to follow the process. You need to do public hearings like anyone else does in the province or any other municipality. There is another factor, too, that I actually was just reminded by another member of our team, is that sometimes the applications are not complete. And I had a really good example this week, or actually last Friday. One applicant called directly and they say, we're waiting for this. When we check back, we still were waiting for a drawing, and their consultant didn't know about the details. So this happened, and that's where I encourage people to reach out so we can help and we can find what the status is. Another item that I want to mention is the process. We changed the process quite a few years ago to be all digital, online, so applicants can see the status and they can check the live status of their application and see what is pending, what is left, and they can actually see how that permit is moving forward. So we have been praised even by other communities on how we did this probably 4 or 5 years ago, and they're moving towards the same goal. So there is like anything, there is always opportunity for improvement, and we're aware of that. And we just ask people to reach out to us, and we will be able to have the team to work with them to ensure we move forward.
All right, so again, you put permitting on one side and you put zoning on another, but there's the confusion out there that zoning and permitting are somewhat of the same. So hearing that zoning does take longer because could be public hearing, additional community engagement. Permitting, a lot can be done just right online. And again, the process of getting zoning, you may be waiting for stuff from the builder or applicant, and so that's what delays the time.
That's correct. And also tea houses, open houses, they need to follow a process to make sure they do the whole engagement before they can actually move forward. So rezoning can take, I will say sometimes, and not only here, but anywhere in the province, it can take somewhere between minimum of 6 to 8 weeks to up to 16, 18 weeks, depending on the process. So it could be a lengthy process.
So last question, process. Is that, you obviously speak with your colleagues throughout the province. This is a process that is used throughout the province, and you're always finding ways of advocating against amongst yourselves on how those timelines can be reduced to help with zoning?
Whatever is within our control, yes, we try to do that. And whenever it's in the province or through the MGA or building codes, sometimes that's another element that we need to follow to make sure that anything meets the building code. We have a staff that sits in those working groups to make sure we convey the message on what we need to do.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm sorry, Mr. Sanchez, I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions that we hadn't had a discussion about, but following up on the mayor's comments, there are a number of businesses that both he and I are aware of, that we have both spoken to, that have expressed concerns over process. Would you be amenable to meeting with more than one group of business owners to try and look for ways to facilitate development, as opposed to the process that we put them through, which sometimes for their own machinations or perhaps others, they seem to get frustrated through the process. And we're talking about significant investment in the city that has the potential to move outside of the city. So are we amenable to a process, to exploring a process where we may be able to meet with more than one group of business owners who are trying to expand their businesses in the city?
So, short answer again is if there is any group that is facing any delays or constraints, I encourage them to reach out to us, and we have done that in several occasions and being able to work through the details and move forward. So.
Right. I think it's important to understand the city's perspective as well as the business's perspective, bring those two groups together so that any of the rumors, any of the misunderstandings from either side can be confronted and can be dealt with.
That's correct.
Good, thank you. Now to my favorite topic, the airport. Do we have someone here from the airport, Mr. Brierley, by any chance?
Ms. Slovak's here, and Mr. Price is also here.
Great, okay. So perhaps you can provide us with a little bit more fulsome update in regards to development, collaboration with others, new airlines, funding, whether we're getting funding from provincial or federal. Lots of questions here. Where are we with the development of the airport? Are we looking at partnerships? Are we, whether it's with the county, whether it's other municipalities around? Are we looking at acquiring additional federal funding or provincial funding? So where are we with regards to the development of the airport?
Thank you for the question. We are currently finalizing the airport master plan, which we're hoping to bring to Governance SPC for your review soon. Within the airport master plan, it speaks to a number of areas where growth could occur. One of them that we preemptively sort of wanted to move forward was looking at developing additional hangar space on the airport. We were successful in receiving a grant from the province, and we've begun that work. So we're hoping to be able to grow. When you look in our report, we talk about airport revenues being aeronautical versus non-aeronautical. And so we're trying to look at ways to grow our non-aeronautical revenue so that in periods where fluctuation in the airline industry happens, we still have a sustainable revenue source. So that's work that we're actively doing.
Perhaps you can explain that a little bit. Are you referring to warehousing space as an example? Therefore, we would need to ramp up our expectations of cargo providers. Is that what you're speaking of, or are you talking about another helicopter company coming to town and offering rides around the city?
I think during the feasibility study, we're going to be looking at a whole host of opportunities. So it could be warehousing and logistics. It could be hangar space for private aircraft. It could be opportunities for new aviation businesses right on our airfield. So that will be things that will come out during the hangar development study.
And this is highly dependent on the expansion of components of the airport?
I think there are some things that could happen with the existing infrastructure at the airport. One thing that we have been working on is looking at expanding our routes and what that would take. I know looking at 737 service on our airfield, our runway is a little bit short. So you could do like a Vancouver with a 737, but you want to go anywhere further. The airline is going to have to load restrict, which means that they can't sell all the seats on the plane because they need to accommodate for the passenger weight as well as the baggage and the fuel, and accounting for the length of the runway. So I know we're actively working on trying to, and I'm sure the city manager could speak to that more, but actively advocating for additional funds to help extend our runway up to 1,000 feet, and then as well as expand our passenger terminal because we don't have sufficient space within our hold room. And if we look at international flights as well, our CBSA processing area is severely undersized.
Right.
So enough space to be able to accommodate that.
Good. Last comment, and if Mr. Brierley wanted to jump in there. Edmonton, where was Edmonton in the feasibility study? I mean, absent all the Edmonton Oilers fans, there's an awful lot of government work that gets done up in Edmonton, we know. So I'm just wondering why Edmonton wasn't one of the top 3 or 4.
I just actually went through all of our survey data, and it was very interesting to me that Edmonton was not hardly listed at all when we asked, what is your most preferred destination?
Oh, that's the reason. Okay, well, yeah, it's not a preferred destination, it's a necessary destination. Got it. This is sleight of hand.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, go
what
ahead.
to say to that.
Yeah.
Survey data, it wasn't one of the top requested destinations. People were looking for, as I said earlier, Vancouver, Victoria, Toronto, and then sunny destinations, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and then Mexico.
Great, thank you very much.
Through the mayor, I'll leave the mayor to speak about the Oilers piece. I'll bite my tongue on that. Yeah, so as Ms. Slovak has detailed, there's a number of pieces, and it comes back to the earlier item about trade and logistics. And there's a process that, you know, the average individual might look to, the comments about, okay, I'd like to be able to fly to Edmonton or wherever, another location. And while those flights are new, there's generally a fairly high take-up, but as time goes on, the demand drops, and it's there's a couple of articles out recently, or one's an article and one's a video, I guess. The CEO of an airport authority in Eastern Canada, and an article from the CEO of WestJet talking about the challenge with airlines making money in Canada because of the significant geographic expanse and the shortage of large cities and the challenges with making money with all of the costs considered. So as you ladder up the airport, when we talk about trade and logistics and freight and shipment and so forth, those are opportunities that provide more of a stable revenue base, as Ms. Slovak spoke about, that tie back into the expansion of the runway, then could be into the expansion of the facility, which ties into the passenger volume that needs to correspond with the size of the aircraft that's there. Because unlike, and I realize this will be a contentious point, but some transit operations that might have a social service degree, the airlines don't work that way. They need to make money. So that's really the path to laddering this up, to getting those flights in a sustainable, consistent model that can continue. So that's some of the work. And yes, as council's aware, continuing discussions with the province on the airport, these models, discussions just a few weeks ago where there does seem to be some interest in that, and it takes time to build it, and those discussions are underway.
I don't see any of my colleagues itching to jump in, so I'll ask one last question. Did I hear some sighs? Man. Just a comment in regards to, I think we recognize, and perhaps it bears just a comment from the city manager, but the focus here in terms of revenue generation should be cargo, because cargo is what generates far more revenue potentially than simple routes between Lethbridge and Calgary. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, cargo's definitely, when you're talking about flight-related revenue, cargo definitely has potential, especially depending on the type of cargo, and then it ties into the larger economic development opportunities and connections right to things that include the ability for Lethbridge and District Exhibition to attract certain events there. So there are a number of intersectionality points that are there, as well as just on-ground revenue beyond that.
Thank you. Just one last little piece. Relax. It's in regards to the thoughts around, we currently run 3 flights to Calgary daily and back, so 6 flights, 42 flights a week. Has there been conversations with WestJet in regards to flying to Edmonton as the point of destination across Canada and the world? Calgary is a 2.5-hour drive to the airport. Great Falls is a 2.5-hour drive. But the demand in terms of regional customers to go to Edmonton and then offshooting from there seems to be a natural fit. So I'm wondering, have we had those kinds of discussions or thoughts rather than relying on Calgary as the destination where, quite candidly, unless you're a Flames fan, you don't necessarily want to go to Calgary and then fly to points west and east?
Sure, I can take that one.
Great.
We have had ongoing conversations with WestJet. I would suggest that it's really in the financials of it, and it's up to the airline to make the decision on where they're going to offer destinations. One of the things they look at is if they're bringing folks into Calgary and then they're able to connect on from there, if they're taking away that Calgary route and switching it to an Edmonton route, what is the financial benefit of that? And are they going to actually lose people because they don't have the frequency in those connections? So, we've been pushing and hoping for more routes, but they really have to make the financials of it work.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you to that. I see no further questions in the queue, but I do want to offer Ms. Slovak a 30-second elevator pitch on Aviation Day. If you could just 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
Sure, I'd love to. We're having a super fun event out at the airfield at Lethbridge Airport on May 25th. It's an event where we've partnered with Careers the Next Generation to really promote youth looking at careers in aviation. We're going to have I think we're up to almost 40 different exhibitors there, sort of a career fair. We've got some really amazing guest speakers coming. We're going to have some static aircraft. The RCAF is bringing an F-18 demo cockpit for youth to come and sit in and see what it's like to be a fighter jet pilot. We're going to have food trucks. It'll be an amazing day. So you can go to lethbridgeairport.ca and click on Aviation Day to register for the event and find out all the details.
Wow, that's impressive. Very good, Ms. Slovak, and thank you very much. It's something that is, I see the ads and stuff circulating about, and so thank you very much for that. It's the first time ever, which is great. Thank you very much. I have a resolution here from Councillor Palladino, Opportunity Lethbridge 2023 Annual Report and Lethbridge Land 2024 to 2027 Work Plan. Be resolved, the Economic and Finance and Policy Committee recommend that Council approve the budgeted allocation as noted within the Lethbridge Land 2020, within the Lethbridge Land? Is that Opportunity Lethbridge 24 to 2027 work plan as presented? Councillor Palladino.
The annual report summarizes the work highlights completed over the past year. It provides details on KPIs, including sales, inventory, market share. Also, the work plan provides an overview of expected financial outputs over the next 4 years. Having said that, I will call for the vote unless there are further questions.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right. That passed unanimously. Thank you. Now, is there any of my colleagues that have probably been up and down for a bio break here now? Did you need a break, or can we continue pushing forward? All right. We'll continue pushing forward. And administration, I should ask that too, my colleagues. All right. I have a resolution here from Councillor Parker, Development-Based Incentives Update. Verbal, be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the report as information, and that was in the package 6.6, Development-Based Incentives Update. I don't know, Mr. City Manager, if you have anyone that wants to speak to that, or it's pretty straightforward. All right.
Just a submission, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Parker.
Well, I just wanted, first of all, thank you for asking the city manager, but is there any questions from my colleagues at all in regards to the resolution?
I see none. Oh, wait a minute. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So I just see that we've got this and that we're accepting this report for information. I'm just curious from our administration team what receiving for information means for this particular report.
So, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. Just waiting for the light. Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So if council members remember, or committee members remember on this one, we're bringing this back later in the year, the full work. What we're doing right now, each SPC is bringing forward where we're at. If you notice inside the report, we're just, this was delayed a bit on our side front, and getting started with some other things that were in the works or being worked on, including the LDE MOU and the affordable housing tax grant component of some of the things that were holding us here. But anyways, regardless to that, the intention of this is to give you the idea of what the next steps are. And within the audience, I have Mr. Woods here, who's been assigned to this now that we have availability, and we'll be moving forward and engaging with members of the community and stakeholders over the next number of months. And it's still anticipated that it will be on track for the delivery that we had suggested.
All right. With that, Councillor Parker.
If there's no further questions, I'll just call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right. That passes. Thank you. I have a resolution here from Councillor Croson. This is 6.7, Lethbridge District Exhibition Monthly Financial Reporting. And again, this was all within our package, and wanted to open it up for any questions from my colleagues. And Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Yes, I see Mr. Gallucci in the audience, and I'm just wondering if we could provide him with an opportunity to give us some insights into the report that he's provided, and some highlights might work.
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Middleton-Hope. So the report indicates just where we currently are at the end of 5 months, both on our revenue side and our expense side. Currently, we're running about 55% of our budget on the revenue side, about 31% on the expense side. However, that expense side will continue to creep up a bit as we're building and having some expenses as we build into our upcoming events. Some of those would be Whoop Up Days and the Ag Innovation. So our current operational loss at the moment is $752,000. That does not include the $250,000 that comes in from the city. That we keep separate. We want to show the true value where we're at, and then keep the city money as we bring it in separately. So right now, I think we're sitting quite good. We're improving on a number of processes, and we're making a number of different changes in some of the areas of how we operate, some of the delivery services, and building some efficiencies within our team right now. So we look forward to expanding our sales, which right now we have had 15 confirmations just in the last month, but what's really been good is a number of initiatives that we've taken in contacting people and encouraging them to solicit business. That's been very positive, so we're looking forward to more business on the revenue side.
Can you explain for us, I mean, this has been at least a month or more since we've had any kind of discussions about what's going on over at the exhibition, but could I provide you with an opportunity to perhaps express to council and the gallery some of the successes that we've had in terms of the functions that have been held at the exhibition over the course of the first 4 or 5 months of the year?
Yeah, we've had a number of different functions, number of different trade events that are everything from gaming to food and beverage to outdoor activities. So it's actually been quite good. On average, we find that we rent 2 halls at a time, and we're looking to do multiple rentals that way. Our next largest would be 3, and then of course 4 halls would be our bigger events. On the convention side, we're still building that business, but it is growing in the banquets of over 450 people, and the meeting business is pretty steady. We expect it to drop off a bit for summer, but then pick up again in the fall. But overall, I think it's been pretty good. Right now, we've been doing some improvements on the parking lot, which really needed to be done. That is to stop any deterioration, any further deterioration of the parking lot, and to give people some guidelines into where to park and how to park. It's been a lot was faded, and it's pretty random. So we're really trying to get that work done, especially for safety. Some of those potholes were quite large that could damage or stop people. So this work will be done in the next probably 2 weeks. Be complete. That will really help people in that area, and all the other work we've been doing on the electrical is continuing.
So, Mr. Gallucci, you've run a couple of facilities now. Is there room for optimism?
I would say there's room for optimism. We're definitely seeing an increase in business. I know our retention rate or return rate is increasing. It was about somewhere around, it's increasing significantly to about 40-50% right now. And we hope to, with our customer service growth and our experience-based additions that we're making, that will continue to keep going. What I'm really encouraged by is the number of people we're contacting and some of the confirmations we're making. So it may be a little early, but it's all very positive at the moment.
Thank you.
While you're there, before I have you scoot away, Mr. Gallucci, a couple questions that I'd heard over the weekend, and it was very busy there. I'll tell you what, I was at a couple different, 3 different events that were at the Agri-Food Hub, and it was great to see how busy it was within that building. Now, in saying that, when I pulled up to park for one of the events, we had a police, AAPG, the Alberta Association of Police Governance, was there, as well as a Geek Fest, and also the what was it called? The esports, which, I mean, extremely fascinating. But when I pulled in, nothing was barricaded off, but I was asked to knock on the window and says, "Can you not park here? We're painting lines." The concern I had with this being as busy as it was, I know that's not our team that does that. Do we put out it goes for tender, and obviously somebody had successfully was awarded this, and the work that's being done, do they should they be in touch with yourself or your team prior to doing some of that? Because it was a big hindrance. I saw them knocking on a lot of folks' doors as they came in. There's not a lot of place to park, and yet they're wanting to paint these lines. And I saw some leave, and the lines, of course, that paint on the tires as they're leaving. It comes off, of course. However, it was just kind of an inconvenience in my view. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so they were supposed to be, it encroached a little bit on the timeline, which it shouldn't have, and we were trying to redirect people to the south lot, which was more available. So what they should have done is just encourage you to move to the south lot. At that time, though, they should have been done. We just got a little bit delayed in the due to the weather, and to set up and then have them go away and then come back costs even more. So we're trying to keep the costs quite down. So what they were supposed to do is this section area off. I know they're trying to get it done as quickly as they can, and there was a bit of an overlap, and hopefully...
And I can appreciate that, because I mean, I understand that, of course, you've got other work that's coming after, as you had mentioned, if it's electrical, if it's this or that, so trying to get everything in. So thank you very much for that. It was important to have that for the community to hear. And the second thing, we had... I mean, there's, I'm going to say hundreds of computers that were in there for this EA, the sports convention that was there, and they were down for about 45 minutes. Now, I know that's a lot of machines that are in there, computers. Where was that breakdown there, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, so we really prepared a lot for that. We had our contracted people on site. We had people ready to go in case, and double checked and increased the bandwidth. But as much preemptive work as they did, usually there's a straight through internet connection. But in this case, there was one, and we don't have firewalls for those people because it keeps it going. Yeah. Unfortunately, when we wrote it, there was one firewall that was missed, and it tripped one of our system protections, which then we did learn something that we weren't aware, which was that some of these areas have to be reset. Even though you can reset it through the system, some switches have to be reset manually just to keep for it to reset properly. Okay. So now that we know that, that should not be a problem in the future, and any change should be quicker. And the one firewall that they didn't see, we've now identified. So we have a new standard operating procedure set up. We're working to make sure that does not happen again.
And again, it's to work at perfection is something that is tough, but you've dealt with what has happened, it sounds like, and that this won't happen again in the future. So thank you very much for that, because it was something that came up. But I did also hear that they were able to complete and they finished the tournaments and stuff that were there. So that was also positive to hear. Is that fair to say that it was, although there was a little delay, they did finish what they needed to?
Yeah, they did, and it was great to have that event. That was a great event for Lethbridge, and you're right. They did finish, and they managed to finish everything. The delay was longer than we anticipated it should be, and like I said, there should be no delays in the future. So.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And yeah, the esports event and all the events actually at Exhibition Park this weekend were fantastic to see. It was good to see the building that busy. Thank you very much, Mr. Gallucci, for the report you've submitted here. I do have a couple questions in regards to, under the financial summary, we've got the net deficit of $752,000. And then in key areas, it's listed, we have advanced expenses in preparation for Whoop Up Days and the Agri-Food Innovation Expo, which will be coming up in the future. Help me understand why we would be advancing those expenses, because wouldn't that make the situation look worse than it actually is? And if we're advancing expenses, do we have predicted revenues to offset those expenses? Just to make sure that we are getting an accurate picture of what's going on here.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and you're right. For Whoop Up Days, we have to invest some money into deposits for entertainment. Some of the deposits that are required for different aspects of the operation, just for the electrical hookups and that. But we also have to do some marketing, advertising. So those are the expenses that we won't realize any of the revenue till the actual Whoop Up Days, for example. And during that time, we'll then have that revenue come back in at the end of August. So we anticipate making a net gain, and we do expect the revenues to offset our expenses.
Okay, so that 752,000, then that's accurate. Like, that is expenses that you're still incurring and spending. When you talk about advancing your expenses, you're not doing predicted expenses, you're doing actual expenses.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
actual expenses.
Okay, when I see the advancing expenses, I interpret that as you've predicted these expenses. They're not actually spent. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Gallucci. Just a quick question. We're young into the redevelopment of the exhibition. I just wonder, as you deal with bringing in new conventions or bringing in new shows, what do you feel reputationally Lethbridge has right now? Looking back to before at Christmas time and after Christmas when we were going through these issues, has the reputation improved, knowing that you're actually really making things happen right now, or what's your sense?
I would say the reputation has improved, both on our customer experience level, and again, I go back to that return rate level, and the interest that has really peaked. I would say we've turned a corner, and people are feeling very confident, and they're starting to enjoy the services. We still have a little bit of a growing pains just with the new building. We're learning a few other things that we need to adjust and make sure that we're operating smoothly. And we are looking for those efficiencies, right, in setup and takedown. But those are coming along too with us. But I would say overall, people are enjoying the facility and the services. which is helping us move forward with other events.
I'm just thinking in terms of if, you're trying to get someone out of Toronto or wherever, and they've heard stories, does that, and they say, well, I don't think I can trust going here. Does that come up at all, or you kind of have made that turn?
Yeah, I would say that hasn't come up much for out-of-town business. Our target right now is Edmonton and the provincial associations and regional, Western Canadian or prairies, anything along those lines. Toronto, we've talked a little bit, but not as much. We haven't concentrated as much on that area just yet. They are next on our list, but I would say that hasn't really come up. People are more interested in what can we accommodate, how do we accommodate, those types of things, what type of shuttle service, that kind of thing.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Councillor Midland-Hope.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments, Mr. Gallucci. One, thanks for the pothole mitigation. It's made the parking lot a lot easier. Just two observations, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on them. The demolition of the Safety City building, or transitioning perhaps over a different use, like maybe security or something of that nature. Your thoughts on that? And a thought on the north fence. Have we thought of, because it is pretty ugly on the north side of that fence, have we thought about installing slats, for example, to create a visual barrier to the concrete business that operates on the north side of that fence?
I'll have to agree with you on the visual. It hasn't been high on our target list, but it is something that we see and we need to address in some ways to make it a little more finished. And we're trying to clear up some of the things with that area. So now with the parking lot being a little more organized and a little better set up, what we'll be able to do is work on that fence next. The slats are not a bad idea. We just have to investigate that a little more.
Okay.
Safety City is quite an interesting thing. It's about 2 acres, that little area, and it's a valuable piece of property that hopefully we can do something with in the future. Right now, we try to look at, can we do some other things currently with it? Can we use it for, whoop up days to maybe hold additional items? Maybe it's a bike parking lot, or it's just an additional parking area that we can. So right now we're trying to look at that area and what are the opportunities we can use with there as it is right now.
Good. I'll leave it at that then. Thank you.
Sooner or later, Councillor Midland-Hope will get his fence. All right, moving right along. Similar to what I mentioned we have no further questions in the queue, so I want to do similar to what I did to Ms. Slovak about your elevator pitch for Whoop Up Days, because I know a lot of folks have been reaching out to me, and I'm sure to my colleagues, on how this is going to change in light of some of the things that have happened over the past few months. What does Whoop Up Days look like in comparison to previous years? Do we have a rodeo? Are we still having the parade, which I know a lot of these things, but I'd like you to be able to address some of them in your elevator speech, if you don't mind.
Okay. We do have a media announcement tomorrow, which will outline everything in a lot more detail, ready to launch. But it will be an exciting time. We will have the parade. It'll go ahead as planned on the Tuesday, and run through those.
I should hold you. If you're doing a media event, that was not nice of me to do that, because I want to steal the thunder of that media event. So we'll talk. There's a media event tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, there is.
That's going to explain it all. All right, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to have that get out prior, because it's a pretty, I did notice that in the calendar, so we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gallucci, appreciate it. All right, I have a resolution here from Councillor Crowson, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Monthly Financial Reporting. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Financial Operating Report for March 2024. To open debate, Councillor Crowson.
not so much debate, but just a comment to start. You can see from the number of questions that we have, also the number of questions we get from the public, how much interest there is in the exhibition. So thank you, Mr. Galucci, for being so willing to come in and give these reports to us so we can stay updated and the community can stay updated through these reports. Because this is a place that people are watching to see what you do and how things change there. So it's absolutely wonderful to see the reports. This is for information. As we've already received the information, I'll simply call the question. I hope my colleagues will support the information they already received.
All right. With that, question's been called. All in favor? All right. Well, I'm hoping that's unanimous, and it is. Thank you. Now, I'm asked my colleagues here, do you want to take a 15-minute break, bio break? Is that fine?
I get hungry.
Okay. All right, it is 5:28, 5:45, we'll meet back down here. So we'll break to 5:45. Thank you. With 6.8, District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding, and now we did have that within our agenda package, and sorry, Mr. Woods, we probably could have grabbed this one quickly and let you go home. However, is there any highlight that you've got for this, or just open for questions? What's? No highlights. All right, questions. Questions regarding the MOU.
We do this to him every time.
You need to. Someone's got to have a question for Mr. Woods.
I have specific instructions from Councilor Dodick to sit right here.
All right, Councilor Middleton Hope. There we go.
Is it still raining outside? Okay, thanks.
All right. With that, I will go to the resolution. Oh, wait a minute.
6-8.
Yeah, 6-8. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Memorandum of Understanding update from Councillor Crowson. Open debate, Councillor Crowson.
After numerous questions to Mr. Woods on this issue, it's been thoroughly discussed, and I ask my colleagues for their support. Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Well, it's unanimous of those that are here.
Can you get me some coffee?
I have another resolution here from Councillor Dodick. Again, in your information package, the 2027 to 2030 capital and operating budget process options. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council rescind item number 6 from the City Council resolution on August 24th, 2021 that was approved, which is direct the City Manager to start in 2026 the ongoing process to debate the 4-year operating budget and the 4-year capital improvement program in the same year, and approve recommended option 1 as presented for the 2027 to 2030 capital and 2028 to 2031 operating budget process that includes the following. Number 1, by Q3 2025, conduct operating budget deliberations and approval of budget for 2027. That's the stub year. And in 2026, conduct capital budget deliberations for the 2027 to 2030 capital improvement program CIP, following by approval of the capital budget. And in 2027, conduct operating budget deliberations for the 2028 to 2031 operating budget would occur in 2027. In addition to this process, the current operating budget would require a stub year for 2027 to be approved in 2025. And then for future budget processes, continue to stagger the capital and operating budget deliberations by 1 year. I don't see any questions, but Councillor Dodick, you have a question? Go ahead.
A question. It's my resolution.
It's your resolution. Well, you can have a question on your own resolution. You can do that.
I don't.
You don't. All right. So to open debate, because I see no further questions.
All right. I think at the last meeting I expressed concern about this resolution. So it's got my name on it, so I'm introducing it, although I'm not in favor of it because I believe the council resolution of August 24, 2021 should be adhered to. So I'm introducing this resolution, but I'm voting against it.
All right. Further debate, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Just given Councillor Dodick's statement, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Can we have a review of what that resolution was?
It's in there as...
Just, well, for the public too, to understand exactly what that resolution was.
That's the one that I read
It
right
was-
at the beginning.
Direct. It was to direct the city manager to start in 2026 the ongoing process to debate the 4-year operating budget and the 4-year capital improvement program in the same year.
So they would happen in the same year at the same time? Like within the same months of each other, or are we talking like
Well,
a
I can't
gap of
remember
6
what-
months or
No, they
or
said
something
it
like
was
that?
starting in 2026. See, what's happening, this resolution is trying to do a stub year operating budgets during the term of this council. Previous council had said that they should have operating capital in the same year, and so they were working towards that, thus that resolution saying to start in 2026. what administration had previously told us, that it was, it seemed like too much of a burden on the new council coming in to sort of get operating capital budget thrown at them quickly. So they thought they would stagger it a bit to have the 2025 operating budget for 1 year dealt with by this council, at which time I said, I don't like that, and this is why I'm not voting for it.
Okay. So adhering to what's in the italics.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, there we go. I see no further questions in the queue. Oh, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Well, if I'm going to be asked to vote on this, I want to have some clarity around this. And so I think I get the general principle, Mr. Brierley and Mr. Matthews, what you're trying to accomplish. The process that we had before, was it ineffective?
Thank you, Councillor Milton Hope, in regards to that. I almost said Councillor Schmidt-Rampol, yeah. Councillor Milton Hope, the actual process, I wouldn't say it was ineffective from before council. I guess it depends on which version you're talking about. The actual process was what previous council had requested in the sense of aligning the two budgets. The difficulty in that is the sheer amount of work that would be done in the exact same period of time, not just for administration, but also for, in our opinion, for council. So when we started taking a look at the number of meetings that council members would have to go through and the sheer number of documents, we really just didn't think it's going to be feasible. And we've also added a number of different elements. Last budget cycle in 2021, if you recall, when you guys went through that budget process, or 2022, I guess.
Yeah.
In that budget process of workshops and so forth, that wasn't contemplated back in 2021 when the resolution was originally done. So it's not that it's inefficient, or it wasn't that, from that point of view, it's just probably not the best use of time, on our opinion, and also probably not the best use of the ability for council to effectively digest the sheer amount of information that you would take to make effective decision-making.
And in addition to that, would you also agree that anybody new on council would be drinking from the fire hose, and therefore the chances of them really making viable contributions would be lessened?
Yes. I would agree to that, yes.
See?
And the reason I would say that is the scheduling components would start almost would have to start almost November of 2025. For a brand new council member that's never been on council before, that would be before their orientation component. So if you're a member of council that understands the process and understands our finances, it would be easier than maybe someone that's brand new.
Okay.
If I may, and to be careful to not sound like I'm debating Councillor Dodick here, no, and it's exactly, so in theory, and so I have my staff know I have a saying for almost everything, in theory, there's no difference between theory and practice, but in practice there is. So as we started to look at this, the practice side of that, you start to realize that theoretically, this actually makes good sense. The practicality of it is 2,000 pages of information that council would have to review, and drinking from the fire hose might be an understatement.
So typical council
massive.
meeting then.
Yep. It's just a massive amount of information for council and a men to pull together and to review in that period of time. So that's the fundamental issue.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Parker. Councillor Parker, you're muted. I would come back to you, but there's no, oh, there we go. All right. Okay.
I really appreciate the information that Mr. Matthews said, because I was thinking you're going to have your staff do so much work And it just doesn't seem like the best use of resources if I'm paraphrasing Mr. Matthews properly. Mr. Matthews, am I correctly paraphrasing what you stated there?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so I'll hold off on the debate, but I appreciate the comments of administration because technically they're the ones that have to do all the work. If not, it starts almost a year before you even have to make a vote. So I'm cognizant and I'm aware of that. So I have no other questions at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Well, I know one of the questions that came up when this was introduced here, I guess a few weeks back, conversation, was this is, a council is going to be deliberating next year. This is, and usually during summertime, I know that it's in previous, it's an election year. Previous years, they've stopped, I think, in September or so there's some timing there, and also the concern of turning this a little more political than it probably should during an election year and how decisions are made was a concern. So as I look at this is, I guess I'm doing more debating than I am questions, so let me come up with a question here quickly. This is shifted off just another year, but it's still going to sink somewhat, but there's a separation of 1 year between operating and capital.
So there's two different options being proposed. One option that's being recommended is just like you're saying, is that we would bring to council in 2026 the capital budget, I should say. So that would probably be more likely later in the year in 2026 instead of early in the spring that we've done in the past. That would give more time for orientation, for strategic planning for council, for the next council that is, and so forth, so that they can actually set some milestones inside of that. Then in the fall of 2026, whatever the decision on the capital, those costs would go right into the operating budget. Which would be debated in 2027. And then, of course, if I got that right in my mind here, in years there, so that we actually have the cycle staggered between the two.
But so what I've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that majority of the time we do a capital budget, but in my opinion, the problem is most capital projects come with an operating budget. And we get to operating time, and it's you've got $250 million, but you've got $300 to spend because you've already pre-allocated everything with the capital side of things. This, to me, doesn't seem like it's going to fix that, though. Or can you help me understand how it will?
Yes, no, that's a great question, Mayor Higgin. So what this will do is actually, and one of the things we could do, and we actually chatted about that as a team upstairs, as we're going through the CIP front, we can also tell you, what each individual operating costs, what the impact is on the next operating budget, i.e. the percentage increase. So say it's a 0.5 or a 0.25 increase in taxation. We also know that from the last cycle, you remember me talking about, we should always have the base budget, operating budget, at least around the inflationary mark. Initiatives would be something different that council wants to do, either way, I guess, but the reality is around that inflationary mark to maintain service levels. So we can tell you what that is. So here again, you'd have a pretty good idea without initiatives that it's a inflationary at 2 or 3% component plus these initiatives. This is what it would look like just from an idea before getting into the total amount of the budget. The one advantage of this one here, compared to actually aligning it, which is the second option, is that it is the same, well, two advantages, a couple of advantages actually. One is that the same council is making the decision on operating and capital. It's not, in the past, it was always the previous council on capital and the new council got stuck with the operating. This would be the same council in the next period. And the other advantage is, from the capital point of view, the risk of option 2 is inflationary component. So, i.e., if you did an alignment, what we're suggesting, it'd have to be staggered out further. And what that would do then is you'd have another year of inflation on capital projects, which is a little bit more risk factor. Not that we couldn't estimate that, but it does pose more risk. So really what this option does, if you go back to your original question, is it provides council, the same council, the opportunity to fully understand that they're making implications on the operating budget, and those ones will be in it, and it's the same council that is debating both capital and operating, which wasn't the case in the past.
So it will put them both in, as I'm seeing here, at least. I mean, it might be towards the end of, but you're still making that decision. Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So just so I'm clear, though, this is option one, which means that not necessarily the same council would be deciding on the CIP and the operating budget, correct? Because operating one is staggered capital and operating budget in, is it in the same? Because when I look at, okay, because when I look at the graph that we've given, it shows them in different councils.
So on that graph, and I don't have the slide in front of me here, take a look at it. I have it on the inside of the submission piece. So if you look at the option one submission graph or chart that talks about the timeframes, the idea behind it is that this council would approve a stub year, a 1-year budget for 2027. That would allow that council in future to actually have some time to do the operating budget. But that new council for 2025 to 2029 would deliberate on both the 2027 to 2030 CIP and the 2028 to 2031 operating budget. The differential piece is that the next council comes in the future above that would have that tail end of operating, which gives them a little bit more time to actually get into office and take a look at things and what they want to do. So there's actually some real, at least in our minds, some real advantages to council because it gives you a bit of time to come into office, do strategy, understand what you want to enhance or change prior to going right into an operating budget cycle and capital cycle.
Okay, so just in follow-up to that and the inflationary risk factors you were talking about, what are the inflationary risk factors on what's currently approved? So if we weren't to approve 1 or 2 and just stick with what we've got here, are there any inflationary risk factors? Or what other risk factors might we be looking at what's currently approved?
So in the current model, so where it would be both aligned, and council deliberates that in 2020, starting in, the new council does that in 25, 26, they do both pieces. The inflationary is no more, it doesn't have the same inflationary risk. It's kind of like, from the point of view that there's not an additional year of capital. Where it really comes in is that option 2. So if you want to do it within the same term of council, but have them aligned, but debate them 2 years apart, then it adds on more time on the CIP before it comes in. So for example, what would end up happening on option 2 is that it would, you debate it capital first, and that would happen in 2026. But the actual CIP projects wouldn't start to 2028. So maybe if you go ahead 2 slides to this, I can maybe show it a couple slides further on. It's in here, keep going. Right here. Whoop, 1 back, yeah. So what it's showing here is to align the 2 of them. So in essence, then you'd have a stub year for 2027 capital and for CIP in option 2 to get us to extend this, that this council would pass. The next council then would do a budget both for CIP and operating, starting in for 2028 and 31 is the approved period. But you would debate the CIP in 2026 and the operating budget in 2027. So the inflationary practice on this one is that you don't start any of these approved projects till 2028, so you got an additional year of inflation. Whereas in the other model, they start in 2027 for capital. So it just takes off 1 more year inflationary factors. That's not the case in the way the current structure is, because you would debate both CIP and operating in 2026, and both budgets start in 2027.
So that inflationary risk would be gone.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue. So to Councillor Dodick to open debate. You did. You opened a debate?
Okay, I'll do it again.
All right.
See, the way I see this, you could have the new council do it as a stub year, which would be a good, at least introduction to them. So instead of doing, or this council, as it approaches an election date, you have the new council only having to deal with the 2027 stub year. And even though they're doing the capital budget in 2026, I think it's fair to say that most of the time is spent on community projects. And the reality is, based on what's going to be available for community projects, it's not going to be a very intensive process. So the reason, so I think getting the new council introduced with a stub year debate for the 2027 budget would be a nice introduction. It doesn't have them do all 4 years. So that is my debate.
Can I have a question on your debate?
Yes, sir.
Because you had said the 2027, so that new council, so you're saying, right, currently it's 2025, so it'd be the old council. And you're saying if that was delayed to the new council's in, so it right away in, well, you still have 2025, so by Q4 is what you would say.
Well, I don't think that, Mr. Matthews, maybe you could answer that. So, you know, if you, let's say, for example, this did not succeed and this council didn't have to do the 2027 stub year, I assume that the new council could do a 2027 stub year, but then, of course, this would have to sort of amend this resolution somewhat to basically say that. So you were talking about capital deliberations in 2026. Assuming this council agrees with me, when could you see doing the 2027 stub year budget in the new council's timeframe, sort of thing?
So in regards to, in that scenario, so the CIP and the stub year would be done in the same year in 2026. Most likely you'd want to do CIP earlier on for that regardless, because then just in timing wise in meetings, and you would have probably in November of 2026 you would have the 2027 stub year component. I'm just thinking on top, you know, on my feet at this stage here as going through it. So I think that could, you know, that's a possibility there. It just means that the one thing I would suggest is that on this you'd want with new council, and at least from our minds on that, you wouldn't be interested in necessarily new initiatives in the new stub year. You'd be doing an inflationary piece and giving that time, not necessarily a full blown budget component for 2027.
Okay. Thank you. That was my opening anyways.
There's no friendly coming in there that I'm seeing at Councillor Middleton-Hope.
So I'm not quite sure that we're through questions, because the more comments.
As debate starts, you're right, there's more questions, and I'll entertain more questions because this is a pretty important topic.
Well, it is, and I'm not sure, because Councillor Dodick, you've done nothing but confuse me, and that goes back several years, but I'm afraid it's been exacerbated today. Mr. Matthews, so we have some options here, and understanding that certainly from my perspective, my concern is for new council to be drinking again from the fire hose, loading them up with a very important decision-making process. You've now kind of hedged the bets on that a little bit by saying, well, it wouldn't be a full-blown budget. You would be focusing on a component of the budget. For, I presume, would it be operating only? Okay, the capital would still be, we're looking at a four-year or a 10-year capital budget. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, So walk me through the operating, because it's impactful. So 2025 comes around. We're supposed to be looking at a new budget coming up in 2026, correct? What you propose is to run the first half of the year-ish on capital, and then the second half of the year on operating, leading into final budget deliberations in November of 2026. And that one of those components would be a stub year. Is that correct?
So, and just to say, that's not the recommendation that I would go with. I would go with the recommendation we have on the screen here.
Okay.
But in this regard, what it would do you have to do capital. Now, whether you do the stub year first or you do the capital afterwards, you have to have the operating budget for 2027 approved by December of 2026 for that. So you would have to at least do that component of it. To your point, we would also most likely only do a subset. Now, that might be really frustrating for a brand new council, because they've got other things. They may have gone through strategy and they might not understand, they want to do it in that period. But that would be the layout of if that scenario would work. To your point, going back, it still would add more on to that council in that year. First year they're in office, between their orientation, their capital, deliberations for 4 years, plus a stub year component while they're doing that. So that's why I'm saying it still wouldn't be what I would recommend for council. But that's.
So any time that we're going to do an alignment is going to create a stub year. It's going to create a lot of extra work. Just for that year?
For that first year, yeah, okay. That's right.
And so after you've had an opportunity to look at a variety of different combinations and permutations, this is your recommendation that we did see up on the board, that would have the least negative impact on a new council?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's all I need. Thank you.
No, I won't ask Councillor Dodick to reopen debate, because I think he's opened debate 6 times now. So if there's anyone else to add to debate, you're welcome to, Councillor Dodick. I think you're okay. So we'll pass it on to Councillor Campbell. Go ahead, Councillor Campbell.
Just from my perspective, when Mr. Matthews comes forward with a recommendation based on his experience and how much work and effort there is to put together a budget, and this is his recommendation. To quote Ryan Parker, I look to the experts to give me the expert advice, and so I look to that and I say that I will go with recommendation number 1 as per Mr. Matthews.
Councillor Crowson.
Sometimes there's the things you want and the things that are better. I would absolutely love to have the one that is going to probably be rescinded. I'd love to have them both in the same year from council perspective. Get them all done, combine the two. But there is also the realism that it does add a lot more work to administration, and that it may be better for the corporation as a whole to do it with the alternate years. So I will reluctantly go for the option 1 suggestion, because I do think it is better for the corporation. I see the other values in the ones we're rescinding, but I can live with this one.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Before being elected to council, I watched budgetary meetings, because apparently I had no life. And I watched previous councils frustrated by and struggle with the staggered budget process. I could certainly accept option 2, leapfrogging, but I do understand the harmonization of budgets, and I will support the decision of the previous council. So I will not be supporting this motion.
I'm just kind of a copy paste and repeat of what Councillor Crowson mentioned. This is not the one I like, but it's apparent that it's the one that would work the best within administration's time and efforts. And I know that there's additional costs that could come if it's done other ways, and that's something that we haven't really looked at, but I could only imagine if there's additional time that goes into preparing this information for council. I like the idea of having a council come in Q3 to move to Q4, but I understand that that's doesn't look like it's the best option. And I'm struggling with supporting this because there's just a couple little things that I don't like on this, and so for that reason, I won't be supporting this as it's presented. With that, we'll turn the time over to Councillor Dodick. Oh, sorry, who else is in debate? Oh, well, you weren't in the queue. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Only because of what you said. Well, so his worship concluded his eloquent remarks with, there are a couple of little things in here that I can't live with, therefore I'm not going to vote in favor of the motion. There are more things in here that I do like, and so for those reasons, I will be voting in favor of it.
All right. With that, back to Councillor Dodick.
I'll just conclude by saying this council did the four-year operating budget that ends for 2026. I don't like the idea of this council as it approaches the election, making a decision for the new council with respect to the 2027 budget. I mean, I can't foresee what's going to happen, but they're going to have to live with our decision for the 2027 before they are actually able to vote on the 2031 budget. And so I would ask council not to support this recommendation for that reason. I don't want to bind the new council, which may include members of this council, with whatever tax increase we may decide to go with or decrease for 2027. So I would ask my colleagues not to support the recommendation and the resolution.
That's created a question from your debate now. And I have a question for the city clerk. If this is not supported, and there's a couple ideas that I had in my head for minor changes to this, could this not come forward again now for 3 months, 6 months? Is that, because usually I guess what council has done is if there's been a resolution that's come forward, I don't know if it's etched in stone that we do not entertain a similar resolution, but I see value of this, but not everything. So I'm just curious to know if that's something that could come forward after, if there's a do another change.
Procedurally, I would not recommend that. I would recommend you either amend it to what you like, or it's going to council. You can amend it at council or postpone it.
Do you know what? It's at council. We are a standing policy committee, so if it does want to be pulled from that, and I can ask some of the questions for Mr. Matthews between now and that time. So thank you. I'm always sitting as we're sitting here that this is council, but we do have another decision to make here at our next council meeting. So all right.
If I could add, if this option does fail, you could put another option on the table. I'm not sure that's what you wanted to do, but I just wanted to say that.
Councillor Parker?
Sorry, it must be the medicine in my head here. So if we vote for this is what administration, this is how we've done it in the past, right? If we vote for this, and if we vote against it, it's a whole new way. Am I correct?
No, it goes back to the one that we did.
No, it goes back, if we vote against this, it stays status quo with the resolution back in the four-year budget that was presented to align them back in August 24th of 2021 when that resolution came forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, if there's no further questions from the debate or debate from the questions, my apologies, but again, this is an important topic, so question I can say has been called.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Roll call on this. So to support the change to option one as presented.
Still have some blinking lights.
Oh. Oh, this is just for debate.
All right. Okay. Counselor Dodick. And before I actually call the roll, 2/3 is required on the rescindment. 2/3 of 7. Okay.
Oh, sorry, you were still talking?
Counselor Dodick then.
Still opposed.
All right. Counselor Middleton Hope.
In favor.
Counselor Parker.
Opposed.
Counselor Schmidt-Rumpel.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Counselor Croson.
In favor.
It's 3 in favor, 4 opposed, so that's lost.
Fails. Now, a question for Madam City Clerk. This can still come if Agenda Review Committee wants this to be on consent agenda, so that could be pulled if...
Absolutely, it can be pulled
Okay,
and it
as
can
council
be
can-
re-debated again, yes.
Great. Thank you. Policy update. Oh, wait a minute. 692. Yeah. All right. I have a resolution here, and I'll need a sponsor for it. Status of directed resolutions, council and standing policy committee overview. Vice Chair, would you take this? All right, from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council rescind the resolutions noted as cannot be completed in this term of council in red as presented in attachment 1. Could we have that up on the board, the attachment number 1, if you can, just so that that's, and add, if any provided. So consider any other option revisions to the status of directed resolutions as presented in attachment number 1. So it's open for either. Questions on this? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Just a couple of questions on page 6 of 12 of the report. I think it's page 6 of 12. It is still under the ones that are in progress or will be completed in this term. We have 2 that are marked with N/A, organization structure of the mayor and council's office and election signs within road right-of-ways, OBM. What is the intent of the NA when it's listed in progress or would be completed in this term?
I'll take that one. So those 2 motions, and you're referring to the one on the org structure of mayor and council offices, and then the election signs within road right-of-ways. So those were referred to the actual committee to deal with and not referred to administration.
Okay.
So that's why they're marked NA, just for administration, not
Okay.
to action them.
Okay, perfect. That's just so everybody had that explanation.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to know about those ones. Thank you.
All right, with that, is there any further questions? If not, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Open debate.
Sorry. Thank you very much. And so we have status of completed and resolutions that will not be completed in this term. We're looking that 81 resolutions have been completed on the status of directed resolutions since the beginning of the term of council. And if nobody has any questions with regards to this, I will call for the vote.
I see no questions, so question's been called. All in favor? And Councillor Parker?
Favor.
All right, that's unanimous. A resolution from Councillor Croson, Council Policy Update 6.9.3. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council approve the planned Council Policy Update timeline implementations noted in Attachment 1 and 2, and direct administration to return to the appropriate standing policy committees with any required approvals or rescindments related to Council Policy Update. Questions? None. I'll turn it over to open debate. Councillor Croson.
My only debate is policies are awesome and policies are getting done. Yay.
And that's a question to be called. All in favor? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. 6.9.4 from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends City Council approve the City Council Action Plan update as in Attachment 1. Now, questions on that? This is Council Action Plan update. You've seen that, not just in our packages, but it's obviously public as well. No questions? Oh, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I just have a question, and I believe this would be to Mr. Woods. Thank you very much for putting this together. This was fantastic. I'm just wondering if, for the sake of the community, we can also do a comparator to the Now Next Later Gateway to Opportunity Action Plan that would be put forward in 2022 compared to what we're putting forward here, so that the community could have a crossover update of what we've completed or what we've moved off of that into the new 2024 action plan that we have here. Just because there were some things missing, there were some things there, but I think it would be helpful for the community to also see what we have completed, why it's been moved off, and even why some new things have been moved on.
Sure. So, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, the list is obviously much shorter now, and it's related, I mean, primarily to some things are done or some things have fallen off the list. And I think we can compile those and say what's still there. Maybe something that has, in some cases, actually just been retitled and may not have fallen off. And so we can put that summary together.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful for not only council, but also for the community. I mean, things like complete a broadband pilot project. Okay, that was on our later. Where did that go? Because that has dropped off and is no longer in here. So I think that would be helpful for us as well as the rest of the community.
All right. With that, I see no further questions, so to open debate. Oh, you sneak in. Councillor Middleton-Ho.
Carlson's not here.
Well, no, I don't use the word can I ask a question. I use may I.
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Woods, I wonder if I could direct your attention to the implementation priorities from Transportation Safety Master Plan. I don't mean to kind of nitpick it, but I'm having a look at this, and you've identified purpose and deliverables, and I question the efficacy of a deliverable that suggests, first of all, traffic safety improvements to meet the TSP target. Great. We want to reduce major injuries and fatalities with the aim of 0 fatalities and major injuries by 2040. I don't know how we're going to do that. A target of 5% reduction in collisions. Well, when we come up with an amount like 5%, I'm reminded of a process that I worked with a number of municipalities across the province of Alberta when they were evaluating policing master plans, and I would hear things like, well, we would like to reduce suicides by 5%. Okay, well, how do you do that? So how do we reduce collisions, fatalities in particular, and major injuries? And I recognize the result of social and financial benefits to society, but where do we get the 5%? How do we arrive at that? How do we hope to achieve it?
I'm going to pass that right off to Mr. Sanchez.
So that's a really good question. And the number that you see here, the 5%, is based on best practices. How are we going to get there? And that's a minimum number. Obviously, we would like to do more, but at least we have a target to consider what other communities are doing when they implement this type of work. And a few examples are, we are doing currently a pilot project for reducing the speed in residential neighborhoods.
I'm familiar with that.
We're doing traffic calming initiatives. We also have a working group working with the stakeholders in order to incorporate the feedback to improve safety on the roads. So those are the measures that are part of the Transportation Safety Master Plan. We also, as part of that initiative during the last budget, we have one staff that is now dedicated to all these improvements. So that's where you will see that target is 5%, but obviously this year we're preparing the results of the outcome of the first year of the pilot, and depending on how that goes, we might expand the scope. And we're going to come back to report on what we have achieved during the first
Or you may adjust your expectations
depending on how things go, absolutely, and
Yeah,
that's
because
something we need to report
Right,
back.
you've relied on some matrix of other communities to suggest that 5% is an appropriate level. However, when we don't achieve that reduction by 2025, then we'll either adjust it, or what will we do?
Absolutely, like with any other plan that we have, yes. We will come back and we will adjust accordingly.
Okay. I don't want to suggest it's disingenuous, but I'm just not sure that it's based on data that can be supported. And I don't mean to nitpick one item here, but it's something to think about in terms of if we're moving forward and we're making these types of statements where we can reduce something as implausible as collisions and fatalities and major injuries, that we should be able to support that. And quite candidly, I don't think we can. It's the end of it.
All right.
Pretty painless. Okay.
All right, no further questions, so to open debate, Councillor Croson? Was it Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Unless Councillor Carlson wants to. Anyway, we have in front of us the updated council action plan. In 2022, we approved the 2022 City Council Action Plan. This is an update to that, the Council Action Plan Update 2024. If there are no further questions, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, I have a resolution here from Councillor Parker, Leadership Action Plan 2024, 6.9.5. Be it resolved the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee receive the Leadership Action Plan summary as information. Councillor Parker, first I'll open up to any questions. Councillor Middleton Hope, no questions? All right. With that, move to open debate. Councillor Parker.
Nothing to add. I just called a question. It doesn't seem like a controversial one, so I got a good one.
All right. With that, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
And then the closed item.
And moved on to closed items, 7.1 from Councillor Middleton Hope, Affordable Social Housing Capital Grant Funding. Be it resolved that the closed session discussions pertaining to the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Funding matter remain confidential pursuant to Section 21, Harmful to Intergovernmental Relations, and 24, Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Any questions? I really can't do any questions as it's coming out of closed, so we'll go to Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. As he's walking out the door.
That's your debate?
That's it.
All right.
That's all there is.
Question's been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. And with that, thank you to my colleagues. We are adjourned. Thank you.